Hello, I am here. Happy Thursday. Nope, Saturday. Happy Saturday. That's what today is. I hope everyone's doing well. This is the last stream before I go on vacation. Sad times. Actually, I mean, not sad times that I'm going on vacation. Yay, that. But sad that I'm going to be away from stream for like 4 streams. Maybe 5? I don't actually know. Hey, Skittle. How's it going? Delight Art. Hello, last stream. No, not forever. I mean, I'm gonna keep streaming, just not while I'm on vacation. Last stream for forever. Now that would be sad. I wouldn't do that. I like streaming way too much. I'll mostly be lurking tonight because I'm playing Wacky Rolly Spicy Dicey tonight. Alright. Well, enjoy your D&D. But I hope you have a great last stream. Thanks. Yeah. Everybody can just go to Skittles during the week and a half. Who knows? Maybe when I come back, I will shift my stream schedule until right as Skittles' stream is ending, so that he can start rating me. I don't know. Just kidding. I wouldn't. I don't think that. I think that would be too late in the day for me. But yeah. All joking aside, I am gonna miss streaming during those. It's only a week and a half. But I'm still gonna miss it because I do enjoy it a lot. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna move this. Alrighty. But I will probably do some traditional art while I'm gone. I'll do some drawing or sketching. That's gonna be a thing. That would be super late stream for sure if you did that. Sometimes I end at like 3 a.m. What is 3 a.m. GMT? I don't know. Right now it's 7. I think you're 8 hours behind me, so that's like 7. Wait, you end at 7? Is that the idea? Yeah, I mean 7 p.m. is not too bad. That is pretty late, but I mean I could technically start then. No, that's way too late for me because I go to work at like 3 a.m. or sometimes 10 p.m. So yeah, that wouldn't work. But anyway, not a big deal. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do some art today. That's the plan. I made a post on Twitter saying I'm live right now, and then I sit here for like 10 minutes not doing any art. So I should probably do some art. Hello, Vana. How are you? How are you doing? And Delight and Skittle and everyone, hope you're all doing well. Art is nice. I like art. It's pretty swell. Alright, what do I want to do today? Let's see. I want to paint something large. Some sort of large structure or something that feels large in scale. It not necessarily large as in like big, just, yeah, I mean, actually, it doesn't have to be like a massive scale, like epic, grandiose type thing, or like a, telephoto lens type thing, like looking off in the distance, but it just needs to feel large. So a lot of low horizon lines, tall walls of stuff. I don't know. Not exactly sure. Very tired today, says Vana. I managed to get myself to continue the art book club studies at least. Oh, nice. How did that go? That's still going on, right? I assume Sour's live. I actually didn't look. I was busy today before stream. Oftentimes I try to lurk in Sour's stream, but I did not get the chance to today. Maybe I'll do that right now. I'll go lurk in Sour's stream if Sour is live. Sour is not live. I assume she already ended then? Or maybe she is live. Am I confused? I don't know. I find it really hard with the new sorting system. Let's sort it by high to low. That doesn't look like it. Sour's having a birthday today, so no stream. Okay. I'll have to wish her a happy birthday. I didn't know that. Hello, Lise. How are you? Long time no see. Good of you to pop in. How are you, Lise? One-eyed bunny, hello. Hello, hello. I feel like this is starting to look kind of large scale. We can almost see some stuff. Ooh, I feel like if we could see some things back here, this would totally be... This would make it feel larger. Maybe. How do I make this feel even bigger? I feel like there needs to be something between here. Something like this. Just large in the foreground. I don't know if that actually makes it feel big. Or maybe it could be an overhang. Actually, this isn't bad. Just from a graphical standpoint. Compositionally, I don't think that's too bad. Doing good? Glad to hear it. Have you done any art lately? Or any arting? Or anything like that? Also, how are you, One-Eyed Bunny? What have you been up to? It's been a while, I feel like. Or maybe it hasn't, and I just am bad at remembering who's been here. No, I feel like it's been a while. This could be like a little area. Maybe what could make this look higher up is there could be some sort of pillars and stuff up here. This could all be... Oh, just all sorts of shapes there. That could be fun. You're not doing art drawing. I'm not the art drawing type. That's why I spend time on those streams. I'm good at CAD though. Oh, nice. CAD's cool. So that was funny enough. That was one of my. I want to say, like, I was gonna say one of my loves. Not really though. That was one of the things that I kind of took a fascination to early on is CAD and sort of architectural drawings and I remember I have a memory from when I was a kid. This was remember how I've told the story of me. Hey Zozo, how are you? So I've told the story of me learning to draw like isometric blocks and stuff as a kid. That was something I enjoyed doing. Like stuff like this. And then, you know, these lines didn't converge, right? They were just like this. But that's also a lot of what you do in like architecture, like drafting classes, if you've ever had to do drafting by hand. And then you learn basically how to draw simple stuff like this. And then you had to take like a, you know, you can project it down or whatever. And then there's like a, anyway, you can do the different sides, right? So anyway, that was a thing. And then you do like the front, side, left, up, top view, all that, right? You like reflect it this way and that way, and you kind of unfold the drawing, right? So that was a thing. I remember my sister and my older brother, they were in like a CAD class in high school, and I was in whatever 5 years behind that is. And I remember I once actually did my sister's homework because she had to do these drawings and she hated them and I loved them. And I was like 5 years younger. And so I remember I did her drawings for her. She showed me very quickly how to do it and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And so I also eventually took a drafting class as well. which I thought was really neat. And my neighbor was an engineer of some sort or something, and he had CAD on his computer. So as a kid, I kind of grew up seeing it, and I was like, oh, this is super neat. And so I always wanted to be an architect. Um, and then I didn't. But yeah, that that was always a thing. You practice your German? No, I haven't. Nope. I did the same thing for my younger brother. Yeah, it was super. I always thought it was super cool because, and I've told this story in sort of my not motivations, but sort of my mindset, or from what I think might have been my mindset. I believe that I enjoyed drawing a lot because I kind of stumbled across how to draw in 3D early on, and I sort of felt like this was a thing that I could do that not everyone else could do because I I had this, this older brother who had a textbook who taught me the secrets of drawing three-dimensional objects. So it was like I knew this secret, right? And it was like, I don't know, it was kind of a prideful thing, I think. It's like, oh, I'm so cool. I can do this thing that totally anybody else could have done too, but not everybody else had access to these, to like the art book that I had or whatever. Um, so yeah, I felt really cool for that, and I think same thing with like doing my sister's homework. It just made me feel good, like, oh wow, I'm doing this thing that someone who's 3 years older than me can't do. I just thought I was the coolest kid. I'm sure some of that carried over. Like I always liked that feeling. I think it sort of maybe it goes hand in hand with like the competitive side of me. I've always enjoyed like I don't know. I don't want to say I've always enjoyed being better than other people at things because that's ridiculous and it sounds horrible and that's not a good attitude to have, right? I don't agree with that, but I will say that I think as a kid, I oftentimes sought out sort of those things that I could sort of excel at because I mean, as a kid, I liked winning, right? That was a thing. Um, that's why I say I think it kind of had something to do with being competitive with like my brothers and my friends. We always competed in stuff, whether it was video games or sports or whatever. It was always were very competitive, or I think we were very competitive. I mean, kind of. I feel like every kid is kind of competitive though. Yeah, sort of that mentality, which is funny to say it now because I looking back, I realized that what I thought was competitive really wasn't. If I have things to compare it to, but yeah, Zozo, I did not have not studied my German much. I'm totally going to be clueless, but luckily I will be with somebody who can speak German, so that will be a thing. Yeah, the winning high is great for real. Yeah, it is, and I think I hesitate to say that because I think it can make you sound like a terrible person when you're like, oh, I just like to be better than other people or something. But no, I think it is more just winning, right? I don't think it's not being better than someone. I mean, maybe at a very specific skill at a very specific time, but that doesn't have any reflection on you as a human. But yeah, I did enjoy that. I mean, I still enjoy winning, right? Like I enjoy competitive games a lot, and I enjoy that sort of the skill acquisition of it, right? Knowing that if I get better, I'm gonna win more. I've always enjoyed that, and honestly, I think that's been a big driver, even in art. And I don't view art at all as competitive. It's definitely more as a rising tide lifts all boats kind of thing, right? The more people like you get. I mean that the same can be true for other competitive things, but with art, I don't know. There was always that sort of competition amongst myself, right? Like I always wanted to get better, so that was always a thing. I find there is nothing wrong with wanting to be better as someone else. Well, yeah, I mean, I think if the focus is being better than like your past self, like I want to improve, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I do think if you are using other people as sort of your calibration is probably not great because then you're kind of putting them down by nature of you succeeding. Like I don't know, there's sort of a weird thing there. I don't think the competition needs to be with other people. And I think that's something that I've learned a bit more. According to Adam Duff, those are the artists which progress faster. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think having the sort of the competitiveness does make you view the world from a different vantage point, right? You're viewing the world from a vantage point of I want to improve and excel, regardless of what your motivation for wanting to do that is, right? Whether it's just joy in winning or joy in getting better or whatever, doesn't even matter. The point is that you're sort of trying to understand and trying to improve, and you're looking for opportunities to do so. And no, I agree with that. I mean, I think typically from what my experience and my understanding of other people, which arguably might not be a lot, does seem to be that people who have a competitive edge. But no, I mean, I think there is a difference though between acting competitive and sort of being competitive, if that makes sense. Like if you like, I think it's easy to like take a game like League of Legends, for example. I should probably be painting while I'm talking. I think it's easy to take a game like League of Legends and say, well, there's a ton of people who are just angry and are toxic and act super serious but are terrible at the game. And that's always going to be true. But I don't, to me, that isn't really competitive, right? There's a, like, if you really wanted to be competitive, you would be someone who takes it seriously. You're someone who treats the thing with sort of, like, you take it serious, right? And it's not just a joke. And that doesn't mean you're getting angry at it, but I think some people do just get angry, or some people take things quote unquote competitively but don't understand what it means to get good. Like they are separate, right? But I think there is an overlap. So I don't think it's like, I would argue that sort of mentality is correlated with gaining skill, but it's not causal, right? I don't think being angry or being serious doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get good. Because I do think some people just go about it really, really poorly. Right? If you think that good athletes are getting mad at their teammates, putting blame on others, you're never going to get better yourself, right? You have to focus inward. So that sounds very philosophical, but I do believe that there is a sort of, and this is why maybe team games aren't a good example, right? But for me, I always grew up playing like one-on-one games, right? Where it was me against my brother, right? If I wanted to win, I couldn't say, "Oh, get better, teammates," right? I couldn't yell at my teammates because there was no teammates. It was literally just me, right? And so that sort of, even from a very young age, we were always competing. So there was that, and again, I don't know what came first, my want to compete and get better, or the catalyst for that, which was my brother, right, making me want to beat him. but either way, it doesn't really matter, because what matters is I don't know. That was just sort of a world I grew up in, just a worldview of trying to look for little advantages here and there. And yeah, I'm not claiming it's why I don't even want to say I'm good at art. I don't know. Like I'd like to think that I'm okay and that I'm hopefully continuing to get better. But I don't know. How's it going, Pete? But yeah, I do think that gosh, it sounds so cheesy, but I really do think your mindset has so much to do, and like your approach to things has so much to do with sort of your trajectory. It sounds extremely like self-helpy, but I feel like there's, and I don't just mean your mindset isn't like positive thinking, not that nonsense. Hey Joe, hey Monkey, I got off work so I can watch the stream. Hey, how are you? Also, Govno Mao. I don't know how to say your name. Govno, how are you, Govno? But no, what I mean by a mindset, I guess, in that is more of just the way in which you think about things, like, viewing art as a skill versus a thing you're born with, right? I think just that difference, or sort of viewing the world as a thing that you can go and, do stuff in, and you like. I guess the difference between like following rules and breaking, and that's a stupid thing because I'm not a rule breaker. So that's a bad example. But maybe that's still an example of a different mindset. And like some people have a total disregard for rules and they cause other people distress everything in everything they do. And like that's not me. But that I think that's an example of a different mindset. Like you're literally navigating the world in a different way when you're behaving like that. And I think the same is true for having a sort of competitive, looking to win or something. I don't know. I don't think any is better than the other, but I do think in some situations, I do think that sort of competitiveness does help a little bit, as long as it's turned inward a little bit. Anyway, busier than I used to, but it's nice to be able to finally plop down and watch something. And you are far better than anything on TV. No, you're very kind. You are very kind, Pete. Pete, how have you been? How are you? Okay, Pete, might be a dumb question. I know you do a ton of origami, obviously. I follow you on Twitter. You know this. I don't know why I'm I don't know. I don't know why I'm giving that backstory. But do you ever, or have you ever had like a origami commissions? Or is this a thing? I assume, I don't know. Is there such thing as origami commissions? I assume there probably is. Do you ever get any? And also, another question: what do people normally do origami commissions for? Like, just is there a? Yeah, I've done a few. What sort of what's the? I don't know I don't know how to ask the question because I'm too ignorant in this topic to even know. But what's the for example, sometimes when I get commissions, they're like personal commissions for a desktop background, for example. Is it more of just like an art piece, like here's this thing or that I want and it's gonna sit here, or is it like for like an art exhibit, or is it what's the what do people typically ask for? Is it their own stuff, like their own designs, or a design that they've seen and they just want to buy some from you? I don't know. I'm just curious. I don't know why. The whole topic of origami is fascinating to me, even though I don't really enjoy doing the paper folding. But I think it's fascinating to learn a little bit about it. Most often people see the things I post and want a reproduction. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool, though. I'm going to put a little character here. I'm going to take a little bright marking here. I guess we can put some characters back here too. There, some little characters back here. There we go. But little exciting news, old news kind of. Last summer, I worked for Kiwi.com on a video advertisement. They wanted origami transport vehicles. Oh, that is so cool. I don't know what Kiwi.com is. Can I go? Is it on their site? So I did a passenger airplane, a train, and a bus for that project. Hold on, let me go to the site. Kiwi. This is totally not an advertisement. Oh, Do they have images of it? Oh, I don't see it. Have you seen the advertisement? Oh, but that is so cool, Pete. I don't think you're going to see it there. Oh, a passenger airplane, a train, and a bus. Have you seen the advertisement? And have you seen it? Do you have a link? I would love to see a link. I want to see your stuff. Yeah, yeah, you can post the YouTube link. Oh, this is cool. I want to see some of the stuff you've done. That is exciting. It makes me genuinely happy to hear this. I don't know why, but I think it's cool. And yeah, you can post a YouTube link. As long as it's not like no, yeah, you can. I think any YouTube video is gonna be fine. All right, let me take a look. Let me click this. Let me go to. Wait, are those your hands? Is that you? You did a live thing? Or is this wait, how the there's is this like how do they oh this is cool. Oh that's neat. So is that you or is that like an did they compile that? I don't know how they did this. And then they unfold the paper and it like doesn't have that many creases. I'm confused. I guess that's I guess never mind. I guess that the train is pretty simple. Oh, this is neat though. That is so cool. I love it. I have less than 3 weeks to design these 3 models, so it was a really tight schedule, but I don't think I could have done much better. They wanted me to reproduce the folding process on camera. Oh, that's cool. That is very cool. I love it, Pete. Thank you so much for sharing. That made my day. I don't know why, but I think that's awesome. All right. Yeah, so I want to do a lot of stuff with light today. Lots of different types of light. So I want to do some like warm light from the bottom of things with cool light from below, stuff like that. Although this is a bit overkill on the lighting area, but that's okay. You did great. Yeah, you did do great. Thank you so much. Honestly, the my exciting origami related thing has never happened to me. The most exciting origami. Yeah, I mean, I think working for doing commercial work, I feel like is. I know this is gonna sound silly, but I feel like it's super validating, right? When you like you have this thing that you enjoy doing, and somebody seeks you out of all people and are willing to spend money, but not just any money, not just like, oh, I want to support you, but it's like I have an actual real need for your skills, right? And it's not, and I mean, right, this is a company who's trying to make a product, so them seeking you out isn't just like I'd like to commission you because I think you're cool, right? It's more like I've looked around and you are the best person for the job. Something along the lines of that, right? Or at least you're the best within budget or something. Like there's an element to that I feel like is really validating. And yeah, I'm sure it goes away after you do enough stuff. I'm not to that point yet. The few commercial things that I've done are, it does feel cool, right? And by commercial, I just mean for a company who's trying to sell stuff, essentially. So the end goal isn't personal use. It is very cool, though. Yeah, I agree with Vana. It's very, very neat. But yeah, if you guys don't know Pete, he does origami, and as his name says, and he has Twitter and he posts a lot of stuff, and it's cool. That was probably not a great advertisement, but it is worth checking out, Pete. All right, so what I'm trying to do here is, I'm not sure, actually. Hold on, also, one sec, I'm gonna make some noise. Let me move my microphone real quick. Okay, there we go. So I moved my mic a little bit closer to me. Hey, Fluffy, how are you? Hello, Fluffy. Welcome, welcome. Long time no see. It's been a while, kind of, right? Yeah, it's been a while. Not really, actually. You were in here a couple weeks ago, weren't you? Thank you so much. Really happy with the result. Just surprised they have only uploaded the videos on their YouTube channel a few weeks ago, and the shoot was August 2022. Almost started to feel like they scrapped the idea. I got paid, but my motivation was just having an opportunity to bring origami to the public eye a bit, because it's really niche activity. It's really fun, though, and I love it. That's cool. That's cool, though. I mean, yeah. I popped up now and then, but I've missed your chill streams. No. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad everyone else is here. Okay, so for today, I want to try some stuff with lighting today, with a lot of light and cool interplay. I think that is something that I've been missing, and it's funny. I feel like there was a couple weeks ago on a stream. I don't want to say I broke new ground, but I kind of did a thing where it really, like, oh gosh, what was it? I wish I had the exact stream, because there was an example. I was doing a thumbnail example, and I think it was when somebody asked me to explain something, and in my explanation, I said to, like, add the warm lighting, and I added like a light coming from one direction. Then I said to add your neutral color, and then basically a cool color as your secondary light source, right? Or as your ambient light source. And somehow the result turned out really good. Not somehow, but I mean, the result turned out really good. And it just kind of came together. And oftentimes I forget to add, like, or maybe it was 3 separate light sources, because I had a bounce light that was a different color. Like, I had like red bounce light, yellow light from the sun, so direct light, and then like a blue ambient light. And I think it was having like 3 separate colors to light my subjects really made a big difference. And since then, I kept on falling back into like accidentally only having one lighting source, like just like this, for example, or maybe not this. This kind of has 2, but sometimes I'll only have one, and it's like, this is really hurting my art, I feel like, and I want to force myself to use more lighting, more interesting colors, and lighting setups, the whole thing. So I want to work on that a bit. That's at least today's plan. Yeah, enough about me. Let's start talking about Joe. I have missed the stream so much. This stream has such good vibes and such an incredibly supportive community. No. Well, Pete, you're always really supportive, so don't, yeah. I mean, the supportive community is true. I agree. The community is super supportive, and you are a part of that community. So, I mean, you're contributing. So, thank you. But yeah, it is cool. And honestly, I am gonna miss stream. I mean, I'm only gone for like a week and a half, but I'm still gonna miss streaming that week and a half. Like, just thinking about not streaming is gonna suck. I really do enjoy it. I don't know how more to say it without sounding overly cheesy, but it's great. So, anyway, I might still be able to be on Discord a little bit, but I don't know. I don't want to spend all my time, on Discord. I probably won't be on Discord. I'll be honest. Maybe on, like, a Sunday or something. We'll see. We will see. But I will take photos, so I can maybe share some photos. We'll see. Ooh, this is kind of cool. These almost... I could just use a texture brush for something. Alright. So I'm kind of liking this. I don't know what it is yet, but that's okay. It does have a nice... I don't know. I like the warm and cool combination. I feel like just from an abstract point of view, though, I need some yellow over here, and then some blue up here. Oh, Mr. Stream's always a good time here? No. I appreciate it, Vana. I appreciate it. Well, I will be here tomorrow, though. Or not in stream, but in Discord. Although I might have to leave a little early. I'm going to go visit my mom before I leave. Hey, Joe, how are you doing? Hey, LA friend, I am doing well. Last stream before vacation. Sad times. Or exciting times because it's vacation? I don't know. I say it like it's a bad thing, but... No, I'm excited. Okay, anyway, I'm not sure about that thumbnail. Let's do some more. Let's just slap in some colors, some reds. Oh wait, somebody redeemed a thumbnail. Hold on. Somebody redeemed a thing. It was which one? Select a thumbnail from a previous stream. Number 3 from the 14th. Wait, is that was like... Okay. Open the 14th of January. January 14. Number 3. This one? The grayish, not grayish, but the tan one? I assume this one? Is that the right one? And the person who redeemed that was... I apologize for ignoring it. I didn't mean to. Delight. So I don't know if you're still here, Delight, but is this the one that you wanted? Just to double check to make sure I got the right one. Also, don't forget to save and hydrate and all the things. But yeah, LA friend, how are you doing? How's your day going? Happy Saturday. Also, I should take requests or something. What should I paint today? No underwater stuff though, because that's I don't know. Not feeling it today. Not feeling underwatery. I think I finished the study. Let's take a look. Ooh, it's very... Oh, I love it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Is that... I assume that's from a photo? That is so cool. If that is from a photo, that is an amazing photo. Like, the lighting is so good in that. The lighting, the composition, the whole thing is just fantastic. I love that super bright white. That sort of like your eyes are immediately drawn there, and then you see the the rocket or the shuttle. Dang. Do you have the original? I also want to see the original. That is such a cool image. I'm normally not like a huge like space fan. I don't know. I'm not typically someone who watches all the like rocket launches and shuttle launches and the rover landings and stuff. And I think it's cool and I'll occasionally take a look, but I don't typically care to catch it in real time. I think it's an amazing feat of human ingenuity, but I'm not as super into it as some people, but that painting and just the whole composition of that photo is amazing. Dang, this is so cool. Whoa, wait. So how big is this what the heck? How big is this area that they're on, this flat surface? Then where is this? That they have this giant slab of concrete, like runway thingy. This looks so cool. Also, those clouds are amazing. The heck? I love, oh, and that yellow orange. That is so good. That yellow orange glow from like the inside of the cloud on the right must be quite huge. Yeah, seriously. It is an extremely epic image. Yeah, it has some of that like that glow that comes through. I'm kind of trying to add it in here, but it's not going to work because I'm not really looking at the reference that much. But and I'm using different colors and everything is different about this. But yeah, it is super neat looking. It has like this look. Some of the glow in there in that image looks extremely good. This is making me think of how can I add some glow behind the clouds here. But see, this doesn't look like the clouds are glowing. It looks like the light is coming in front of it. But yeah, that is such a cool image. I love it. Honestly, that might be one of the coolest images that I've ever seen. I don't know why, but this is just an extremely crazy image. The lighting, I think I know why it's so cool. Is one, space imagery and like, launches and, whether it's shuttle launches or just like images of space are typically very cool, but I feel like one thing you normally don't get is composition and lighting, and you typically don't get the whole thing, right? And this image is like perfect. It feels like it was set up specifically for that image, which obviously isn't the case. And that is extremely uncommon, I feel like, with space images. Like, don't get me wrong, the content is always inspiring with images. Anything coming out of any space agency, it's absolutely beautiful, right? But it's not the same as a super amazingly composed image. I feel like that is something that is quite unique because it's probably just a lot harder to get good images, right? You deal with whatever you can get. It's awesome photo, of course, but that is the painting study. It does. No, it does. You did a great job on it. Yeah. Vanna did a fantastic job on the study. I mean, enough of a good job for sure that I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. I could tell it's amazing, like, yeah, no, it brought that sense of awesomeness from the study, right? I mean, that was one of the reasons why I was asking to see the original also, because it was obviously extremely good, and yeah, it did it justice. So yeah, I am inspired. Okay, back now. Back, Joe. Now it's time to start arting and make more people. Do it. Do it, monkey. Do the arting. Man, I really like that. Now I'm thinking of how... Yeah, it's just a thing that I don't... I'm trying to think how I can use that sort of composition. But yeah, see, rockets... that's another thing. For me, I really like that composition because you have that bright light that is being illuminated on top of the clouds. Right? So you have like the clouds and the light shining down. How else could I get that effect? I mean, I guess you could with like a door, right? Like a large door, and then it's opening up to like a smoky, foggy area. And the smoke and fog is being illuminated by this giant, colossal door, like a... I mean, kind of like this, actually. Actually, let's just do this. Let's just copy this image. Copy that image, flatten the image for... Oh, not flatten. Let's duplicate everything first. Turn that off, duplicate, turn it back on. Merge my layers. Copy, paste. And then edit the colors a little bit. Because the colors don't matter. Well, I do want it warm, so like, I guess maybe the colors do matter. Oh, like that. Normal, ordinary people, but with oversized clothing, very baggy clothing. Billie Eilish. I mean, lots of people wear baggy clothing, not just Billie Eilish. I'm pretty sure. Does Billie Eilish even wear? I don't know much about Billie Eilish. I feel like I saw a music video of hers like I don't know 3 years ago. I think she wore baggy clothing. I think that's pretty accurate. I remember Monkey posting some references that they were using, and I think it was more a different. I think it was a different style. Okay, and this I can move. So what I'm trying to do... Oh, that's not that. So yeah, what I'm trying to do is basically use this little sense of lighting, obviously as a focal point, but more importantly, build an entire painting around it. So I want to bring in some light. This could go up here. And then I can bring in like clouds. Maybe I'll do that with this brush. So you're talking about illuminating clouds. Maybe these clouds are illuminated, and then we have more clouds back here. And of course, some of them will be illuminated. I don't know if that's going to look good, but it's worth a shot, I think. And I'm kind of just painting outward. I don't actually care if this is all... I don't really care too much about what's out here. You wear baggy clothing yourself, but hey, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Wear what you like. I feel like I get more practical. I don't want to say that anything is unpractical, but I feel like I get more, maybe not practical, utilitarian, is that the right word? Is that the word? What does that word mean? I don't know. Of or relating to the interests of utility. Practical. Okay, yeah, pretty much that's what it means. Yeah, so I feel like in some things, like with clothing, I find myself being more practical in my choices. Like, I want shoes that are more durable rather than looking nice, or maybe not necessarily durable, or shoes that serve the purpose that I want to do. For example, at work, if I'm bending down all day, and I'm on my feet all day, I want shoes that are going to last, or that are, flexible enough that they're not going to crack where I bend down. Like, there's different things like that, right? Like, if I'm going to have pants, I want pants that are fit for the weather, stuff like that. And I feel like for me, because when I was a kid, I think I wore really baggy pants too. Very, it was very, very common in my age group at the time. But I feel like as I get older, I've been moving away from that stuff. I think because, for example, like sagging was a big thing in like the '90s. Is it still a thing? I guess it's a thing. But like I can't even imagine nowadays having to like physically hold my pants up with my hands when I'm at work, right? Like I'd have to be wearing a belt, right? I can't. It's not a fashion choice that I can make because I wouldn't want to. To me, it's not comfortable, right? It's like imagine someone tosses you a ball and you have to raise both hands up and your pants fall. Like to me, that's not something that I'm willing to do. But I understand that some people enjoy that look, and if that's a way that you enjoy it, then by all means. But yeah, I never like. I feel like I'm moving further away from that, right? I'm much more towards like I always wear a belt. I'm pretty sure everyone wears a belt with those baggy pants. That's good. But even then, so even back in the day, people would wear belts, but they would still have to hold up their pants because they didn't wear them very tight enough. Like, I don't know if it was, again, I think part of it was, and this is just from a different time because this was in like the growing up in the, like 2000s, right? So as a teen in the 2000s, that was a common thing. And you'd have like the really long belt thing. Do you know what I mean? Like the belt would go around the waist and then it would loop back around and you'd have part of the belt end hanging down really, really far. And even then they'd be sagging and it was just kind of a look. And I don't know if that's still the look these days or if it's come back. But yeah, that always just seemed really impractical. I don't know why, but again, it's not a statement of fashion because it's fashion and practicality have nothing to do with each other. Yeah, you love that it's coming back. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty common, right? That fashion trends cycle back. I just feel like my values in clothing have changed a little bit. Not in like in what I like on other people, but more like what I like on myself because the needs have changed, right? Fashion quite literally is not the goal for me most of the time, right? If I'm wearing a hat, it's because I either need to keep the sun out of my eyes, keep my head warm, or some other like keep rain off my head, right? Like I'm not going to wear a hat. I don't just wear a hat for fashion typically, right? It's more of like it has a function, right? It has a utility behind it. And I don't know, not everyone's like that, and I completely respect that because fashion is a huge industry after all, and people like it, and I don't blame them. People like to look good. But I do find myself caring much more about the utility of clothing as I get older. Whereas when I was younger, I definitely did wore more things because it was popular or trendy, and now I kind of don't give a crap. I am not a trendy person. Let's just say that. I am not fashionable. Joe, did you see my painting in the Discord the other day? Maybe. I'd have to go and look right now. Do you want me to go and look right now? Because I can do that. Here, let me add some color dodge in here. I want to add some like red, I think. I'll link it. Yeah, link it. Link it would be the best. I probably have seen it, but I honestly don't know. Doing some epic looking color here. Okay, let's take a look. Ooh, this is cool. I didn't see this. No, how did I miss this? I must not have looked for the last couple of days. Oh, this is cool. I love it. Hanging out by the campfire, getting cozy. I like that a lot. This is cool. Very nice, Jay. Yeah, very cozy vibes. I like it. That's really cool. Does this look like a light's coming through? I don't know. I'm trying to make the light look like it's poking through a bit. Have inspired just to mess with painting more? Oh, that's good. I think that's cool. Yeah, I honestly, painting for me I mean, I've said this before, and I say a lot of stuff a lot. I repeat myself a bunch. That's one of the things I like about streaming, is that I can repeat myself. But I definitely enjoy painting more the more that I do it. It's sort of a like, and I know a lot. There's the idea like the sunk cost fallacy, but I feel like with art it doesn't apply because you actually are getting better and you enjoy it more because you've invested time into it. And so like it's that investment that makes future art good or better, is because you are a better artist, right? Like you are a, I don't know, it just has that quality to it. I don't know how to describe it, but like you investing more time into it and getting better, you're probably gonna like the outcome more, right? Because you're now better. At least that's how I feel. I always feel like I enjoy painting more now that I know I can do a better job. Whereas before I didn't necessarily have the confidence. There was a lot of unknowns. And at some point you're like, yeah, if I want to paint something, you know, a house on a mountain, I can do that. And I don't think I had that before. So it's definitely appealing. So. This is kind of just a crazy... I see the redeem, by the way. I'm just gonna quickly finish this thumbnail. Maybe today I try those RDR2. RDR2. What is an RDR2 or Elden Ring? Red Dead Redemption 2. It's funny, last time you said it, I knew what it was, but today I struggled with it a little bit. Maybe there's some stuff around the door. I don't know. Anyway, that's something. A different kind of painting right here than what I normally do. Still environment though. All right, 5-minute thumbnail. Let's go. You've always struggled with rocks. Rocks are hard. No pun intended right there. I did another quick one, had to paint it. Yeah, that's cool. It was a good pun, yeah. Well, I didn't intend it. But, you know, rocks can be difficult. Because there's... Well, I think what's difficult is that, one, you don't typically pay super close attention to rocks, but also you want them to look natural, right? And what natural looks like depends on the rock. And it's kind of an exercise in design, right? Because every rock is different. So you have to understand the thing enough to be able to actually design the shapes, right? It's not like with humans, and I'm not claiming that rocks are harder than humans, right? They're definitely not, right? Any organic shape that we don't see all that often that can have a lot of variance is far easier than humans, right? But at least with humans, right, it's almost a totally different skill, because on one hand you're trying to get them to look very accurate. Like there's every human has certain proportions. If you get it enough wrong, it's going to look wrong, and you're immediately going to tell, because we've all seen a million humans and we've seen faces. So if any little inconsistency is going to look off, right? So you're basically trying to be very accurate often. And obviously that you can, the better you get at faces, the more wiggle room you have to, how you can exaggerate them and design them. But I feel like with rocks, you can't just try to make the stereotypical rock, right? If every rock looks the same, it's going to look terrible. So you have to make different ones, because otherwise your painting is going to look terrible, right? You can't just paint the same rock over and over. Like, that's not how it works. And I think that sort of variance is really hard, because that's not a skill that you typically practice, is making different shapes that are all kind of similar, but none of them are actually that similar. And it's kind of like painting trees. Really, that is sort of environment painting in a nutshell. Kind of. It's like, oh, I'm gonna paint trees. Okay, well, I need to understand the form of the trees so that I can just paint these not formless, but these things with form, as opposed to trying to paint each individual tree exactly correct, right? Same with rocks. You're trying to get the form of the rocks to make it appear like here are these three-dimensional things, or even just the shapes and the silhouette sometimes, and you're just like making a giant pattern of tons of little shapes. And it's not about making one of them perfect like it is when you're drawing a human, maybe. So I feel like, obviously that's not really how human drawing is, but there is that element. So I don't know. I think it can be very difficult for people. And yeah, you can request. Yeah, for 5-minute thumbnail, absolutely. Go ahead, request, and I will start I'm going to bring up the timer, and then I'll start on the 5-minute thumbnail. If the timer loads. Here's that. Opening it now. There we go. This image is inspiration. Oh God. Probably not. I don't think I'm going to do an environment with that as inspiration. Maybe red and black, I guess. I don't know. Sure, why not? We'll try. I've already closed the image, so I don't know what it looks like anymore. But yeah, let's try it. Why not? Red, black, a little bit of silvery shapes, maybe some capacitor looking objects in there. You want them? No. Inspiration is not the same as doing a study. Inspiration. So I guess this is a good opportunity when I'm in. Okay, when I look at when it's a painting or something, what I just did, you can't see my screen, but I no longer have the painting up. Let me show how I might be inspired by it, right? So I'm gonna be inspired by it in the sense that I'm gonna use it as a starting point, and I'm already like have forgotten. Here, let me show you. Let me start the timer. I just want to spread some love today. Have a nice day today, everyone. Oh, thank you, Ishu Draw. I appreciate it. So, for example, black, red, that seems reasonable. We can start with black and red. Maybe some silvery colors, so we'll get some whites in there. If I look at that image being a top-down forest with white, looks imagining. Yeah, I mean, but I don't think I don't need to try to interpret it as an environment or anything. Like I can just use it. So maybe I have these cylindrical shapes, and maybe there's these tallish shapes that stick up. Maybe there's pathways coming towards us, right? These could be like the circuits or whatever. Sometime with your keyboard part sideways, no worries. Like, I could just do an environment that I was already kind of going to do, in a way. Not like I didn't have them planned or anything. But just kind of just painting whatever pops into my head. But maybe I go out of my way to paint some of these cylinders, right? Because they look like these, I don't know. I don't want to make them literal things. Or maybe I don't know, maybe I don't remember, but is there little dots and stuff down here? I assume there's something. So it could be like rivers. And honestly, even this, like already this doesn't look like it, right? But it has this, maybe we want it more silvery looking. Also, I want to make sure I add light. So I'm actually going to do that. I've also still am inspired by these kinds of things. So I'm going to do a lot of cloudy stuff today. So pardon me for not completely sticking to the thing. Yeah, maybe I want some silvery looking things. How do I paint silver? I guess like a blue. I can add some bluish in here. It's like the sky. That way the silver can look silvery. And it might look terrible, and that's the idea, and kinda. I mean, we're not really trying to make something look good. Also, this doesn't look very red. Maybe these are white or silver. Some large shapes. Yeah, those aren't very large. Let's make it even larger. I feel like I should bring this down more. Gosh, only a minute left. I'm running out of time. This could be that silvery path. Maybe more silvery path. But yeah, like this could be inspired by. I'm gonna take one more look at it real quick. Yeah, okay, that one has a lot of black. And the lines are red. But see, I didn't remember that. We could add some black hills in here if we wanted. Maybe just the bottom of these hills. Maybe the rocks. Again, I'm just painting a lot of rocks, but maybe these rocks could have the blackness of them could only go up so far. I could probably paint something other than rocks today. All these compositions are very samey, but that's okay. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But yeah, so it's inspired by it very loosely. There we go. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Yeah, I've done some rock studies. I've definitely painted him. Does it look futuristic? I mean, I don't really get the vibe of it looking futuristic. And I wasn't really trying to make it look futuristic, to be honest. Also, I should be done with this because the time is up, but that's okay. Yeah, like, I honestly wasn't trying to make it look futuristic, but I guess maybe it does. You painted Dwayne The Rock Johnson? Yeah. Yeah, I've done rock studies, yeah. Who hasn't painted Dwayne Johnson? I've even tried to do a Mount Rushmore style painting of so I did a mountain painting of the rock, the mountain, and oh gosh, who else was in there? I had a third person. It was a recommendation from somebody else, but it was what was his name? I think it's like it was one of those strongmen. I mean, I realize that the mountain is one of those strongmen, but that's kind of, obviously he was in Game of Thrones. But anyway, I painted the rock and I painted the mountain, and there was one other guy who I painted in there who was like a big buff dude, and I tried to do like a Mount Rushmore style painting. It didn't turn out very good because I'm not very good at portraits, nor am I good at making things look like rock, like statues or cutouts of anyway, it was very difficult. But yeah, no, I tried that. That was a thing. It all started because I was in a Twitch stream and somebody's like, guys, I need a good rock reference, and then somebody linked this image and it was Dwayne Johnson, and everyone had a good chuckle, and then they're like, no, I mean, like, rocks. And then yeah, and then at some point eventually the mountain came up as doing, anyway, it was funny. But yeah, those are some interesting shapes for sure. I also appreciate the subtle pun of putting the face of the rock on a cliffside. Yeah, it is a fun concept. How are you, Kath? Hello. There are rock studies and then there's rock studies. Yeah. Exactly. All right. You're doing good? Nice. Nice, nice. This is the last stream before my vacation. If you are here and you didn't know I was going on vacation, I will be gone for a week and a half. I'm returning on the 15th. I think I'll be here on the 16th because I'm traveling back in time because Europe is ahead, so I'm coming back. So I should be, because I'm leaving on the 15th, I should be getting here on the 15th as well, which means I should be here for the 16th stream. Dwayne is fine, even his olden days. I mean, yeah, people can, you can like what you like. Bad grammar, good stories. How are you? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How are you? How is your day? What were you working on today? Ooh, let's add some funky blue and green. And maybe there's like a big overhang. I don't know. I gotta do something ambitious today. I've done a lot of very generic compositions. Gotta think about this. But yeah, how were you? Or how were you? How are you? You were last streaming Writer's Block. Wait. Is Writer's Block a game, or is this a... Were you writing and you just titled it Writer's... What? I'm confused. What is Writer's... I mean, I know what Writer's Block is, like the concept, but what is Writer's Block, the category? Setting up your green screen? Can you explain what the category Writer's Block is and why it says you're streaming Writer's Block? Is it a game? Is it just it's for writers? Okay. Is it... Okay. Is it a game for writers, or is it just a funny way to say that you're writing? I don't actually know. Category at Twitch? Yeah, no, I know it's a category. I'm asking, what is it? Like, what do people do in that category? Are you just writing, or are you playing something that is writing themed? Right? Like, if there was a category that said that, you know, street basketball, right? There might be a game called Street Basketball. So I don't actually know if you'd be playing basketball, or if you'd be watching it, or if you'd be discussing it, or is it a video game, right? Like, it doesn't... I'm curious what's in the category. We came together and write on our own projects. Oh, okay, so it's just a writing category. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so for actually doing writing. If you don't have a project, I have prompts. I see. Well, cool. Hope your stream went well. Hope your green screen got set up. Sponsored by the Story Engine deck. Ooh, is that like a card deck that gives you prompts to inspire writing? That sounds fun. Blunders and all. Oh, that's neat. How do you go... Okay, I got a question for you. How do you go about getting sponsors? Do you reach out to them, or did they reach out to you? I never knew... I never know. I should ask more streamers this, because I feel like for some like giveaways and stuff, I know streamers have reached out to the sponsors, and I always felt you reached out to them. Okay. See, I am a bad business person, because I've never done that in my life. Never. I've never even like applied to art jobs. Like I don't know. I don't put myself out there really. Only just yesterday or the day before, I actually reached out to someone on Twitter who said they're looking to hire a bunch of environment artists, and I actually reached out to them and was like, hey, I'm interested. And I tried to link my portfolio, but their Twitter said, oh, you can't send links via Twitter, so I didn't do that. So I don't know if I'll actually get hired. But that was like the first time I've ever done that, which is stupid. I mean, I've had commissions, and I've done things, right? Like, I've had jobs, but they've all been people who come to me. I've never really put myself out there, you know? And not because like really just for the fact that I never was super, you know, I didn't care a ton about it. Like it wasn't a high priority, and it still isn't a super high priority. But no, it's fine. He just came out with a deck of worlds, which helps with world building. Oh, that's cool. No, you know, you're not self-promoting. Why is it stupid? You literally said your chance of getting higher from 0% to some percent. Wait, what? Did I say it's stupid? No, 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 no. Sorry. It's stupid that I've never done that or that like no, 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 not putting sorry. Putting yourself out there is not stupid. What's stupid was my attitude and how long I've put it off. Yeah, I mean, like I say, all I've done work for clients and they've all just been them finding me. Like it's stupid that I haven't done any of the work to like put myself out there, right? I mean, I'm out there to some capacity just by nature of posting stuff in a public place, like online and doing things for people and, you know, commissions and all that and like it adds up. But no, yeah, I meant it was stupid in the sense that I'm not, I haven't had like this go-getter attitude, and there's not really any reason I haven't had that, right? So many people are contacting potential sponsors saying, hey, I think I would be a good fit, and they're doing the work. And what was stupid is that I'm not doing that, right? I should be doing that. I should be doing more of that. Yeah. So I'm definitely not saying that contacting people out of the blue is stupid. Quite to the contrary. You have more skills than Jason Brubaker, and he worked for DreamWorks. Apply. I mean, I don't know if we need to be calling people out like that. That's kind of I don't know about that. I don't know who that is, but I'm no, I yeah, people can get hired for all sorts of things. And like I say, that's kind of my point is I don't think I'm like I'm it's not a lack of confidence. I I've said this many times. If I got fired from my current job today, I think I could find a job in a month, right? I think I could be doing a full-time job somewhere. And I don't know why I haven't done it. I don't know. Once I get back from vacation, then or maybe while I'm on vacation, maybe I'll be, you know, late at night if I can't sleep or something. I don't know. I'll maybe when I'm in the airport, I'll be job hunting to pass the time. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, who knows? Last vacation I took, I was literally on my way home when I got a call for a job interview, and that's the job I'm working now. So maybe on the way home from this vacation, I will be getting a job, another one. It'll be the next thing. Who knows? Yeah, I don't comparing artists is kind of a fruitless thing. It's more about the skills that you have, like the not just from a visual point, like how beautiful is your art. That is pretty useless. It's more like for example, if you're doing lighting for DreamWorks, do you know lighting and do you know moods and can you can you like tell a story with lighting, right? How consistently and well can you do that, right? That's a very different skill than can you paint well. You could know everything there is to know about lighting without having any painting skills whatsoever. So there are different, right? There's obviously painting is going to help, but yeah, that's totally different things. You getting a new job? Is it? No, no, I didn't say I'm getting a new job. Maybe. No, I'm going to probably start applying for places. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll get some art jobs. I don't know. I mean, I've had plenty of art jobs in the sense of like commissions and stuff, but I haven't worked anywhere like for a long time. No like repeat clients or anything. Or no, I have had repeat clients, but I haven't had like a long time thing. Froggy? All right. Will do. Flower pathways. Oh, wait. Oh, am I gonna have to... Also, hi. Hey, left-facing banana. Alright, Kath. I'll bring those. I'll hand deliver them if we end up seeing each other when I'm in Austria. Yeah, I'll have to... Oh, I have to send out all the prints tomorrow. That purple one, 2 buildings, pretty old one. Purple one, 2 buildings. Which one is that? But many points. So many points. Yeah, lots of them. Lots of points. Also, you've been butt spotted. How am I? I am doing well. I am doing well. I'm excited. I'm leaving on vacation in 2 days. And it's yeah. I'm a little nervous, not so much about flying. But I'm a little bit nervous about just the whole like catching the flight and being on time, being where I need to be at the right time, you know, getting on the plane okay and not being, you know, sorry you don't have this random piece of info that nobody told you needed, and now you have to go home or schedule a flight or something. Like, I don't... That stuff scares the crap out of me because I don't... Like, on one hand, I realize it's kind of a business. Like, they're... You know, obviously the flight wants to make it as easy for you to ride their planes as possible, right? Because they want your money. So, on one hand, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? But on the other, I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fine. I have everything I need. I think I'm ready. I have my passport. I think that's the main thing. Countdown is done. Oh yes, the countdown is done. The countdown is done. Let's turn that off. It's gonna be fine. I probably... Want to see what I'm working on? Sure, yeah, link it. Let's see what you're working on. Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, that one was a while ago. But yeah, okay. I'm nervous to meet all y'all. Or meet you all. Yeah. And it's gonna be a little nervous to meet people who you've never met in real life for the first time, for sure. I'm not as nervous about that, honestly, as... Like... I feel like stuff like that, as strange as it sounds, I always compare it to like jumping off a diving board. Like, there's a certain moment for me where it's like you've stepped over the edge and there's no going back, right? Like, you're on your way, not down, but you know, you're going to do the thing that you set off to do, right? Which is jump off the board. To me, that is like getting on the plane, right? Like does that moment, like once I do that, then it's all in motion, right? There's no turning back. I mean, technically, I guess you could, but like, I'm not gonna do that, right? So the hardest thing is like, okay, I gotta do the first step, right? Once I'm up there, once I'm on top of the diving board, like all I have to do is now I just go, and then it's like, okay, I don't really care about getting wet, or it's like I don't care about the fall. Like, that's irrelevant because it's already happening. Yeah, it's the commitment, and that's how I feel about, like, you know, meeting somebody new. It's like, all right, well, once I've scheduled the thing, like once I've said we are gonna meet here at this point, or we've made the plans. As for me, it's like, okay, it's already happened. It doesn't really matter how I feel about it. It's gonna be weird, I guess, and it will be a little bit weird. Don't ask about butt. Yeah, you wanted to try being butt spot. Yeah, but anyway, so I think for me, I don't know, that stuff doesn't bother me too much, but it's the things that could go wrong that's a little bit much for me. And by things that could go wrong is more like the things in other people's. Maybe this is like a deep-seated distrust in other people. Like I don't trust like the flight, not the flight people, but the like the people checking you in. Like, are they gonna look at my ID and be like, "This doesn't look like you"? I'm like, "Well, sure it does. Yes, it does. Like, it is me." But like, what if they just? I don't know. I I never know. I haven't flown in so long. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect. I'm sure it'll be fine though. I'm just over here mildly panicking about airplane flights. No, not actually. It's not a panic. It will? Yeah, no, it'll be fine. Hey, Big J. Hey, Salad Bandit, how are you? Big J. Is that a thing? Is that what people are calling me on the streets? Just kidding. Big J. That's your rapper name? Yeah. That is my rapper name. Big J. Apparently the link was sent in a small format. That's fine. I can just delete the thing. Oh, this looks good, banana. This is nice. Dang, you even put all the bird details on there. The ocean, the bird, all the stuff, the waves. So much detail there. Or was I now supposed to tell you? Wait, were you now supposed to tell me what? What did I miss? Prep some podcasts, a movie or two, get your sketchbook or tablet, and can't forget that neck cushion and maybe that fanny pack for quick doxing access. Doxing access? What do you mean by quick doxing access? But yeah, no, I'm not gonna bring a fanny pack. I will have a backpack with me though. Um, oh, when you need quick documents. Oh, gotcha. No, I'll have in my backpack. I'll put stuff in there for the plain homies. Yeah, I do have. Yeah, I will have podcasts. Probably no movies. And I'll have audiobooks. I'll have stuff to entertain me. I'll probably buy an audiobook. So actually, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna probably. So I don't know how long it is. I'll have to look. Have you ever been robbed or stolen something from your backpack? Maybe like in high school. Like people took stuff out of people's backpacks all the time in high school, but no, I haven't. Not really. Um, I mean, I guess it could happen, but no, I haven't though. But I can always put the what do you call it? Like my pack doesn't have like a like it does have like a front pack, but I can always put it in like a weird spot that's a little harder to get to. Like it's there's an additional like cushion thingy. I don't know. I can easily put the stuff in a spot that isn't because I'm always paranoid when wearing a backpack that someone will steal something without me noticing. So my backpack's pretty new, and I've actually tried to open the zipper quietly, and it really does just make a lot of noise. It's not a super easy thing to open. Plus, it has like a weird little lip. I'm sure if someone were really, really good at pickpocketing, they could probably do it. And if, but I avoid human contact enough that if people are bumping into me, my go-to instinct is to double check all my stuff. I'm not claiming that I'm immune to being pickpocketed because I genuinely don't know, and I feel like people are pretty good at it. And if they want to steal from you, they probably can. But I do feel like I'm not. If I'm so close, if I'm so close to people that they're like within bumping into me range, I'm probably gonna be guarded. I don't like the sort of like close packed hustle bustle type thing. If I'm in that situation, I'll be pretty guarded. And when I sit down, like if I'm sitting and waiting for something, I'll have the backpack on my lap or something. Like I'm not too worried about that. I mean, obviously it could happen. I'd like to think though that once I'm through check-in or whatever, I don't know, do people really steal that much in airports? That seems like a terrible place. Like a place where you've already shown your ID and they know who you are and they probably have cameras. I don't know. Feels like a bad idea, but who am I to judge? Um, I don't know. I'm sure it could happen, but yeah, my backpack's pretty noisy when I open it, and it's like the zippers are kind of new and stiff, and they're not like um they're not super, what do you call it? You think? Yeah, I would imagine they're pretty safe. I've heard that the airport Wi-Fi is not necessarily safe, but I have heard, and mostly that I think airport Wi-Fi, sometimes people will put up hotspots or something named that is the same name as an airport Wi-Fi, so that people will try to sign into the wrong Wi-Fi or something. I don't know how that works, but I don't know if that's even a popular thing. I hope it's not. But anyway, no, I'm okay. I feel like that stuff, a lot of that's in my control. It's the stuff that's out of my control. Like, or not even out of my control, that like info I didn't have. That's the thing that concerns me. Like, is the car gonna break down on the way there? You know, like, what if we get a flat? Anyway, it's not that big of an issue. It will be fine. I mean, worst case scenario would be that the trip didn't happen, and then I would just continue life like I am now, and it would be annoying, and I'd be out a bunch of money, but that's fine. I mean, not really fine, but it's not the end of the world problem. So, you know, worst case scenario really isn't that bad. I mean, I guess maybe really worst case scenario is like I'm actually stranded somewhere, and yeah, I don't know. I don't. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine. I just haven't traveled in a long time. So the unknown unknown. Yeah, it's the unknown unknowns, I guess. I bet the person you are visiting feels really special right now. No, I mean I. Oh my gosh. I I hope it didn't come off sounding like that. Um, it's not gonna happen. Everything will be okay. No, I know it'll be okay. I know it'll be okay. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Anyway, I like that thumbnail. Let's do one more. At least one more. I'm pretty sure I like these thumbnails with the like an overhang. Like this part of thing, I like this. And I know I've done this stuff a lot before, but I think this kind of thing is nice looking. This is the purple one I was talking about, by the way. Oh, I saw that one, Kath. I saw that earlier when you posted it. I responded even. I was like, oh yes, that one. I know that one. But yeah, I saw it, Kath. Thanks for double checking, though. And then I'm going to get some blues in here. I didn't pay attention. No worries. No worries. I thought you were talking to Banana. Oh, if I may ask, do you personally go about blocking in a forest line? How do I personally go about blocking a forest line? Like, I mean, it depends. Like, obviously, so normally I start like with, I guess, what you could call like a very simple model, and by model I mean like an idea in my head, and then the simple model typically looks something like this, like literally just trees. Like these would just be trees, right? And maybe you want some tall trees, maybe there's a hill, and it could be maybe there's a flat plain in the foreground, maybe there's some bigger trees down here. It really depends on what you're looking for. Maybe these are more mountainous things. So if this is like a forest tree line, it could be something like this, right? Again, it's not about, I'm not trying to make individual trees, right? I'm just making the shapes of the trees. Like the individual trees would be something like, you know, like this, you know, like here. But I'm not going to go in and paint them all, right? So instead, I'm just drawing these triangular ups and downs, right? So I mean, in the simplest form, something like this, right? And of course, typically you might have a blue sky, right? Maybe there's some atmospheric perspective back here, some greenish looking trees. And again, this is just kind of these are kind of foresty mountains. You could even lighten all of this up. Let's go like this. You could even lighten all of this up and do more layers in front. This is not very well done, but anyway, you get the idea. There's some trees. And, you know, for these, you could just make little squiggles, right? It's not super, or maybe I don't want them that close. Let's make this wider. So anyway, this is like probably the simplest way of doing it. And, you know, some of these black things, if these are trees down here, right? Maybe we put a little bit of shading on here just to imply that these are trees. If we wanted, they don't even have to look like it really. Right? Maybe we have like one tree that comes up here and we can see some branches, and this is like the one tree that I might paint. Everything else is gonna just not be painted. It's just a mass. Right? So you can just sketch in some trees, but the idea is that hopefully these trees, the few trees that you do have, will give context. Or, you know, maybe you have one tree out here that is sort of standing away from all the others. And then all of these are also represented as trees, but they're all clumped together, right? So now you have all of these are trees, but they're just giant clumps. So that's like the simple way. But of course, you also can have ridges coming towards you, right? So imagine instead of ridges going left to right, instead of ridges going left to right, you have ridges coming front to for, you know, there's obviously different ways to paint these things. But in simple terms, you're basically overlapping things. I mean, imagine now I have a composition, very small here, where you have a ridge of mountains, but coming this way, right? So you have ridges overlapping, right? And they're getting smaller as you go further back because they're getting further away, right? So imagine for a second, this is your painting, right? So instead of going side to side, you now have one continuous mountain ridge going back to foreground. Well, even that you would paint the exact same way, right? So I could start on this side. I mean, you could even just carve out this and you could put a lake here and that would now be the mountain range, right? So literally just by painting in a lake, oops, these are trees. Let me move that lake over here. Right now this mountain, right, again, we just can put these bands over here because these are supposed to go further away. So it's kind of the same thing, right? We can have these mountains come however we want, and we can sort of imply that they're coming towards us a little bit. And this looks terrible because the perspective's bad and all sorts of stuff. But the idea is kind of the same, right? You're basically just making shapes of where trees could be. Some of the trees you can put a couple trees sort of poking out there. But for the most part, you're just going to put these masses. And this one's not very good, but maybe there's snow or something. Bro, OMG, from this to a grass in atmospheric perspective question I asked once. Dang, thank you so much. Yeah, so this one's that's not a very good painting. But anyway, the idea of, oh, all right, that was all the wrong layer. But yeah, I mean, it's all kind of the same thing, right? You're sort of, you're layering things on top of each other. And with trees, I think the main thing is don't paint the actual trees, right? Same thing with, it's honestly the same thing with grass at just a different scale. Let me undo all this, right? It's kind of the same thing with grass, but at a different scale, right? You can start out with something like this. But again, this is like the starting point. Obviously, you can zoom in, you can zoom out, right? For example, sometimes I'll start my paintings with a different value structure, right? I'll put these, if I just want like a little grove of trees, and again, this is all the same brush. Maybe I make my little grove of trees right here, right? I'm just gonna make a dark wall. That's going to be my tree grove. And then I have some light on the sides. Right, so now I have literally just a patch. And the only thing that's going to make these look like trees isn't me making the needles and the leaves, it's the forms, right? So maybe trees oftentimes have little gaps down below in where the trunks are, right? And then they have more mass up top. So just by putting the right, little gaps in here, right? Maybe there's one tree standing off to the side that I can paint. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. How are you, Neo? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. So yeah, maybe I put one tree off to the side here, and all the rest are just these massive blobs. And very quickly you get a sense of, oh, this is a little grove of trees. Right? And you can have some trees in the foreground if you want, some layered shapes. So there's a lot of ways to do trees, and I think most of the time, and again, if you want to render on top of this, you can. How are you, Neo? Welcome in. What were you working on? Talk. I like the raid call. I'm good, how are you? I am doing well. I was just explaining how to paint some trees or some forests and different things without having to paint every single one of them in Cass and Crunchy and Observer. Yeah. Yeah, welcome everyone. I was working on sketching out a model of a city map for the game you make. Oh, nice. City map. Would you like to share it? Ooh, is that lighting I spot in number 2? Yeah, so number 2 has some lighting and some lightning. I see. Yeah. Lightning, maybe lightning. I don't know. Something. It was like me trying to do this, except I quit halfway. And I hyped your support in my art understanding landscapes and such, so I had to raid you. Oh, well, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. But yeah, when you came in, we were talking about painting form or shapes to imply things, and yeah, one of those is just making, like, when you paint trees, you're not actually painting every tree. You're painting the general shapes that people know that they're trees. Anyway, that we were talking a lot about that. Yeah, it does look like a stormy sky. It does look like a stormy sky. We could definitely turn into that. Would you like to share what you were working on? Sketching out a model of a city map. I'd like to see that if you'd like to share. Yeah. What Kath says. The purples and yellows are awesome. All. Thank you, Water. Also, hi, Water. I would start this way, but then found my OCD is going into the tree block blog and doing the lightning with it to bring out individual edges. Bless. So thank you for this rundown so much. Yeah, yeah. So that's, yeah, exactly. You can. So let me show you something here in just a moment after I'm done taking a look at the art. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Sorry, hold on. This is it. Okay, hold on. I gotta back up here. Reread what you said you were working on. Um, Sketching out a model of a city map. Okay, it's a city map. Gotcha. Okay, political activity, nature, health. Oh, that's cool. You have little. Oh, I like that. That's cool. I like how you're blocking it out. The blackest city districts. Okay. Ooh, so you have like different, like, a health districts and okay. Here, let me share. I like this. Ignore the save button. This is my Pinterest thing that I never use. I have a Pinterest plugin that tells me to save things, and see, I have a tab for magical places, but I hardly ever save stuff. But every time I hover over any image, it gives me these options. It's kind of a nice plugin or extension or whatever you call it, but it's also annoying if you're hovering over things. Anyway, but yeah, this is cool. I like this stuff. This brings me back to like landscape architecture days, doing like a master plan for like some development project or something. I like this, which honestly was always the coolest part of that entire thing. So many districts and different politics going on, different religions, type of nature. It's going to be amazing. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. I love big world building things like that. It's always, I don't really know how people tackle it. It seems difficult. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a large project. Hey, Cosmic Noodles, hello. Uh, Cadavel says, "Yeah, sorry, don't let me derail the Raider fun. Sup, yep, jstiller is the dopest over here, giving lessons to my sorry self." No, I mean, I don't think of this as lessons as so much just me talking about something that I really like. And so, but let me show, because I think we're okay if we only do 7 thumbnails today. So I don't need to do any more before we vote. But let me show you something. So I hope I don't imply that when I do like this grayscale thing or these simple color gradients, that this is the end of it. Like this is just the first step. Learning art with Joe, always a treat for us all. Yeah, so like everybody's seen this, but like this doesn't have to be the end, right? This is like literally the first step. So that let's say you have your environment, right? You have your mountains or whatever, right? Here's your mountains. Let's put some more back here. Mountain range. I don't know what this is, something like this. So the next thing you can do is just like this. Once you have your big values blocked in, you can then take this. So say this is my darkest values, the trees. You can take a color that's lighter than it, and you can paint on top. Say the light's coming from this direction, right? You can paint this side of the tree. These sides, you can paint them lighter, right? You can create masses and forms of the trees, right? You can clump them and group them. Maybe this one's all one big clump. Right, you can add additional colors, right? If you want to add some lighting in there, you can add some light, you know, on the edge. Like you can render these trees, right? You don't have to just make the big chunky forms. Well, I'm not doing, yeah, so sorry, I'm not doing random brush strokes, right? So what I'm thinking of is like, here's a sphere, right? And when I say a light's coming from this direction, and I had a solid color, right? I had one color of tree. What I'm saying is if light's coming from this direction, my brush strokes, I will admit some of it's a little bit muscle memory, but what I'm doing is I'm taking this light color and I made a new color that's a little bit lighter, not too light, like it's still much, much darker than everything else, right? But it's a little bit lighter, and I'm just painting on this side of the sphere, right? Note, like, look at this. This is a sphere, I'm painting on this side of it, right? This is in light, right? This part's in light, and then this part's in shadow, right? If this is a sphere, notice how if I cut through the form, this part's in light. Now this part's in light too, because this one is overlapping, right? This part's in light. I'm literally lighting this side, right? Because I've said that the light's coming from this angle. So yeah, and of course I could go into more detail, right? Just like with it's the same thing with painting clouds, right? It's no different. Clouds are just these big poofy forms, not always. They can have different types of clouds. But yeah, I mean, you can obviously come in here and refine them, right? You can make these shapes look more round or less, depending on the contours of the trees. But anyway, that's kind of what I'm doing, is I'm just lighting that. And then when I add this light, I'm just adding like a rim light. And maybe I'll adjust the silhouette a bit when I do it. You know, maybe you want some additional little things in here. Maybe you want some greener greens in here, so I pick a greener green. Now I'm trying to make sure the value looks right, but maybe I can put some of that green. It's like I could render these trees, and I could make them look detailed, but I don't need to because they kind of worked initially, right, when it was just all black. All of them sketch process to full sprawling landscape with a good amount of edges and light interactions. That's why I said seemingly, because I feel like to many people that don't know much about theory and aren't as skilled wouldn't even think about it as consistent lighting. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I tried to point it out. But yeah, so this is, and again, maybe you're not doing trees, maybe you're doing rocks, right? And again, once you have your basic structure, you can take a lighter color, or you know, whether it's gray or whatever, it could literally be a different color. And you can start painting in little textures and stuff. But the idea is that maybe you're paying attention to like a light source, like an ambient light source coming from above. And so maybe I'm just lighting the tops of rocks. but I'm not taking this light and painting like that, right? That's too bright. That would be like adding in light. And I'm not taking this dark back here and adding in details back here, right? I'm keeping the values clumped, right? If I make this black and white, this is pretty similar to what it was like before when it was just black and white, right? I've deleted the detail that I just did. Now I bring it back, right? It's pretty much the same. If I zoom out, you almost can't tell when I undo it and redo it, right? It changes a little, but not much, right? So I'm trying to keep the values the same. So same thing here, right? And so this is where you can still detail, and if you're doing it in color, right, you can pick any color you want. You could even take a red in here, and you could add some, you know, you could make these leaves red. It doesn't have to be super red. Maybe just like, or purple or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. As long as they're within the same value, you're probably okay. Greener green sounds so much like one of those super expensive colors chemically developed by rich people. Super red, yeah. The clumpiness of values. Super red. Yeah, I mean, I guess when I think of this as like a yellow green, a greener green is more like, you know, that. And the greener green than that is that. And pretty soon you get to like the greenest of greens, which is like this or something, which is like, this is like that toxic color that is chemically engineered in a lab. But yeah, anyway. Photoshop always starts sneaking in hues and saturation when I'm just trying to keep it grayscale. Don't know. Well, if you're talking about like when I color pick this and it shows like, sometimes the hue will change when it's still gray. Like it might show this, but these two are identical in the sense that they're both pure gray. So for example, if I take a yellow and move it all the way to the left, and then I recolor pick, now it's in red, right? Because it doesn't distinguish between that yellow gray I picked and a blue gray. Like these are all, like the values might change, but they're all the same, and it'll default to red. But yeah, sometimes you'll get a little mix of it in, and you'll end up having a hue where you didn't know you had a hue. Like this is that red gray, and this is just a little bit of blue in it. And that's fine. I actually think that's desirable to have a little bit of color. But I think what's important, so I actually try to get a little bit of hue into my grays. But I typically try to group those hues into warms and cools. So like if I'm doing, say, the sun is shining in here and I want this side a little bit lit, well, one, it depends on what it's lit by. If it's lit by the sky, I'll make it a little bit bluish, right? If it's lit by the sun, then I'll make it a little bit greenish or yellow green or whatever. Probably yellow green. But yeah, I'm not typically painting these things. Hey, how goes the art? The art goes well. I was just talking about adding detail, kinda, or painting trees and stuff. Anyway, let's vote. Let's do the voting. So we don't need this one. And that. Gonna merge my layers. Gonna select this one. There we go. The voting. Yeah, the voting. Absolutely. All right. Let me grab, let's see, do I like the extended version? No, I don't. Okay, we're gonna delete those. So I'm gonna select this, select the outside layer, go back to my other layers, merge them because I forgot to, and then hit delete. And so now I should have my layers. I can come up here, turn that on. There we go. I have a hard time deciding today. They could all be interesting. Yeah, I feel like today's are okay. Some days are better than others. I might try to add something exciting to one of them. I don't know. We'll see. And I just had a weird cough. That's not good. Would love to see Joe tackle a stormy sky. Knowing me, it will probably turn not stormy. There's a good chance I will end up adding light and making it happy. I tend to brighten up my skies and make them less gloomy the more that I paint on them. Alright, I'm going to make a straw poll right now. I'll bring this up on screen. Also, let me just close all the many tabs I have. Ignore my clicking for a moment. Also, the captions were not started, so I'm starting that now. Alright, there we go. Create poll. Type your question here. Vote for your faves. Or something like that. We have 7 options. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Allow selection of multiple options. Yes. And create poll. The captions were not started. Was the show? Yeah, the show is slid, but it's not right now because we're voting. But yeah, the captions weren't on. Did I lapse the time? Oh gosh, I don't think I did. You know, I did. Wait. I don't think I've unlapsed the time from last time. I think it's still all on one continuous time lapse. Uh-oh. So yeah, I'm gonna have to double check. But I think I'm gonna have to cut it up because I don't think the time lapse will. I think it's gonna include the thumbnails from last time. Maybe not. I'll have to double check. But yeah, vote for one of these and I will turn it into a painting. Nah, it's happened before. It's not a big deal. Honestly, Joe could easily mess with our brains by not having the same order of voting options with the thumbnail numbers. Oh gosh, that would be horrible. Why would I do that? Why? I wouldn't ever mess with you guys like that. That would just make it more difficult on me because then people would be like, what the heck? What's going on? I guess it could be funny. I don't know. The glow dodge influences the people again. Quick, Joe, draw a cat into everything except 5. I mean, number 2 and number 1 have glow dodge. Number 5 definitely is vibrant. Into everything except 5. But you're not wrong. The glow dodge does influence people, and so do cats. Did stream freeze or is Joe quiet? I'm a little quieter, but I can turn up my volume and start yelling. That wouldn't be very nice though. I don't think I would yell at you. Guess it's a lot of buffering. Maybe got a few words. Oh, I've dropped 60 frames, but that's not very many. That's 2 seconds worth of stream droppage, but that's still more than I would like. Please don't. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna yell at you guys. I don't think I have it in me to yell at people. I'm not much of a yeller. Sometimes I will repeat myself and say the same thing over and over, and I'll get a little bit louder each time I do. That's like the extent that I yell. Oh, Kath, thank you. That's smart. Kath, you are a smart one. Thank you for the pin. Yes, the straw poll is pinned at the top. 19 minutes? I don't think we need the thing pinned for 19 minutes. Yeah, smart mod. I think that stop doing weird things. I skipped art theory as a young artist. Yell at me. No, I mean, I didn't have art theory as a young artist either. Art theory is entirely something I learned. Well, okay. I guess technically I learned. I think if you do, okay, this is gonna be my hot take of the day. If you're talking when you were young, right? that to me is not the same as young artist. To me, more I think of young artist as like in the grand scheme of things, like in your career journey. I think if you don't know any sort of like fundamentals, or I guess you could call it theory, but like the ideas, like perspective and that kind of thing, I think that by definition makes you a young artist, right? Like you are still learning the basics. I mean, you can obviously go kind of far without learning the basics, but I think at some point, I don't know, I kind of consider the fundamentals and the theory to some degree, not entirely, and I'm sure there are going to be people like, but Joe, this and this and this examples why. But I don't know, to me that kind of is the young artist, right? Like isn't that kind of like after that you're like an intermediate or something, and then you start, you learn stuff, and then eventually you become sort of to the next level, whatever that is. But I mean, I think, and I don't think being a young artist is a bad thing. I mean, I think to some degree we should all always feel like we have a lot to learn, and I don't know, that's. But I mean, yeah, like I don't equate young artist as a bad thing. Like that'd be like if I started a musician, right, or as music. I don't like me playing around on a musical instrument for 30 years. I'm still a beginner if I've never learned past the basics, right? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. We are the freaking frogs. Oh, we turned the freaking frogs gay. That I remember that. I don't know. That's that one guy who's like. So that saying is from that Alex Jones guy who is like in prison or something right now, right? Is he in prison? Is that what happened? Or does he just owe like some ludicrous amount of money? I feel like he's either in prison or owes like $400 million. He's not in prison? Okay. I I feel he's bankrupt, I think. Okay. But probably still living a life of luxury somehow, because I feel like that's what always happens to people who owe a lot of money. Somehow they still are living more fancy lifestyles than me. Like what's up with that? Like, oh no, this person's bankrupt, but look, they just chartered a jet, or they have they're traveling all the time. Technically I'm traveling on Monday, but that doesn't, yeah. Let's hope not. I don't understand how that works. But I mean, he's certainly morally bankrupt. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about this. How are you? Welcome in, Frog Glasses. Thank you for coming in. Sorry for raiding and dashing, but I just got guests at the door. Enjoy your DoorDash food. Just kidding. No, thank you so much for the raid. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for bringing your community over. And yeah, have fun with your guests. Bye, Frog. But yeah, so everybody coming in, my name is Joe. We are currently voting on which one I'm going to work on till the end of stream. I haven't actually voted yet, but if you'd like to vote on a thumbnail, please do. And then we will work on one of them until the end of the stream. But first, since I know Frog Glasses is no longer here, what were you working on? Or what was Frog Glasses working on? Does anyone want to fill me in? Okay, what one do I want to work on? I do think 5 would be fun. It's pretty simple, but I think we can get funky with it. Okay, frogs are good frogs. Those backgrounds are very... Oh, it looks like number 5 is winning. I think it's fair to call number 5 winning. It's won by enough votes. Plus, it'll be a fun, chill day because this is the last stream before I go on vacation. By the way, just an announcement. Last stream before Actually, alright, Kath, can we unpin the straw poll now? And can I actually put a different pin up there? No, maybe not. Maybe it's not a good pin. Never mind. But we will unpin this because I think we're done now. I'm going to call it a winning vote of number 5. Yeah, I'm going on vacation. Vacay. So I'm going to be gone for a week and a half. So that means 4 streams are going to be missed. Maybe 5, but probably only 4. So that's a thing. Doesn't happen. It hasn't happened in like 3 years. So yeah, that's a thing. Where am I going? I am going to Austria. Save this as a new clip file. 359 is the day. Ooh, fancy. Very fancy. Yeah, it's been like 18 years or something since I've flown on an airplane. It's crazy. Dang, I feel old. Even just saying that. All right, let's take this and copy it, make it large, and then we're just gonna start painting on it. You say Austria or Australia? I said Austria. What if I accidentally got a plane ticket to the wrong country? How embarrassing would that be? Imagine I end up in Australia, the down under, and I'm like, oh, this is the wrong, literally the wrong continent. That would... You going skiing? Probably not. No, I don't think I'm gonna be skiing. It would be good there too. I mean, a train ticket to Australia would be impressive. Oh, I'm not. Oh, no, I'm flying. A plane ticket. I live in the US. I don't think I can catch a train to Austria or Australia. I think you would have figured out by the price where you are going. Why? Is one substantially different than the other? I don't know. Do you think the price is more? Is it more expensive to go to Australia than Austria? I don't know. Is it? I wouldn't have known. I have no idea what the price to Australia would be. Wait, which is more expensive? You bet Australia. Really? Now I'm curious. I wouldn't know. I would imagine during the winter, surely Australia is it warmer? I guess it probably would be more expensive at this time of year. There was a guy on New Year's Eve who accidentally took a plane to Latvia instead of Lithuania and skipped New Year. Huh. I suppose the one nearer should be cheaper. That's probably true, although I think sometimes switching flights a lot. I think it depends. I would also imagine there's a lot more airplanes going into Austria or Australia because it's larger and more populated, right? Because it's an entire, or I think it's more populated. But yeah, I don't know. That's true. It's probably further, so it probably costs more. But it's also probably more of a tourist destination this time of year, I would imagine. Yeah, it's probably a bit more popular at this time of year. But I bet you in like different season it could totally shift. I don't know. Australia has more letters in its country name, so verily it's more expensive, obviously. You know what? I think I'm sold on this logic. Yeah. So my flight is 19 hours. Well, kinda. My trip is 19 hours. Or it's supposed to be. Which is a lot. I have to wait in the airport in Philadelphia for 4 hours. So it's a 15-hour travel and 4 hours in the airport, just chilling. Or maybe it's like 13 and I don't know. Something like that. Slide the show. Oh, thank you, Kath. There we go. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to bring it up again because I'm going to be missing some streams, so I will not be here 19 hours if nothing fails. Well, if I get on the first plane on time and it takes off and I'm able to go through all the things that I need to go through, I'm pretty confident I'll make it. It's just that first stop, right? It's like me doing yeah, everything will go fine. I am confident. But I'm also kind of confident something's going to get goofed up and I'm going to have to like go into scramble mode and problem solve and figure out what the heck I need to do and do something. Pull some strings, whatever that means. I don't know. Can be a true chat and stream on the plane. Reckon every other passenger gonna love that. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna stream while I'm there. Last time I flew in a plane, we had an engine fail while attempting to take off, and we spent a night in Singapore. But that's not good. What? Why would you bring this up? That sounds horrible. See, do you think if they do that, they would push my return date out a day? Do you think they'd be willing to do that? Probably not, right? They'd probably be like, oh, that's technically a separate flight. See, because I just don't want the time spent there to be shortened because of their screw up, right? I doubt it. The cheap yeah. Don't they even overbook people and then they hope that people don't show up for their flight? Don't they do that? Like, isn't that extremely scummy? Is this going to go into a capitalism rant? I feel like we're going to go down the capitalism rant. Like, that is such a predatory, like, you are making your... It's just terrible. I cannot believe companies can get away with that. Essentially, they're selling product they know they can't fulfill, and they consistently do it, right? Can you imagine a company's business practice is like, yes, we sell tickets that we know we cannot actually give away. Like, yeah, we just sold... Imagine telling like an auditor, so I see here you've sold 80 seats and the plane only holds 65. You know? You're like, uh-huh. And like, how is that allowed? Like, this is a thing? You're allowed to sell product that you know cannot, not even product, but you're selling a service that you can't promise, right? Like, it just seems like it should be illegal. That's like, isn't that like promising, I don't know, a Kickstarter, but you never have intentions of fulfilling the orders because you're a scumbag? Like, why? Like, okay, yeah, I get it. Some people might forget, or some people might cancel, or something. But like, how is that not like? I get it. They kind of, most people eventually people cancel, or not most people. Some people, yeah, I know, but it's not legal, right? My point is that is a known scumbag behavior, right? That's a known like scammy thing to do. How could someone possibly forget about a flight? Oh, maybe you can't make it, or if you book it in like a month or two in advance, and then other stuff comes up, and you just... Wasn't that how the financial crisis in 2008 started? Yeah, right? Something like that. Essentially, I think. Yeah, the whole thing is just, it's mind-blowing that that's allowed, right? And that was like unethical to the max, to me. We're talking about capitalism. No, we're talking about plane companies or flight companies or travel, whatever you call it, overbooking their flights because they know that some percentage of people typically don't make their flights or they cancel. And so by overbooking, they can have a maximum plane capacity or whatever just to make more money. And I just think that's a super scummy business practice and it should not be allowed. Capitalism rant, the usual rant besides art. Yeah, I mean, I don't like going on the capitalism rant because I don't think it's completely bad. I just think there needs to be, we need to place certain things like ethics and morals and human decency above making money, right? Like there needs to be some hierarchy in values, and I think purely making money cannot be the highest value. I think that when people are actively making worse products for more money, or giving you worse service so that you can pay for an upgraded service, I don't like that. I think that's, and I'm not just saying, oh, I want it for free. Just make that the service and then make people pay for it. Like, don't, I don't know. Like, there's this, I don't know. Yeah, it's, I feel like the world is, I don't know. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? It's not all or one. It's not all or nothing, right? It's not everything is worse because of it. Yes, I realize there's a lot of innovation at the, because of it, competition in markets and stuff. Like I get it. It can be a good thing, but I feel like it can also be a really bad thing. And I feel like so many issues with whether it's individual products or entire industries are actively hurting like human progress because they're more focused on making money than they are actually making good changes. I remember so I was listening to a podcast and I actually thought it was a really interesting concept. It was basically around the the like the business model of most social medias, and I think they were using like Instagram and Twitter as examples. Basically, right now because it's promoting time spent on the app. So like if you're the more time you're spent on say Instagram scrolling, right? That's they make more money by you using their program more, right? Whereas if they were to hypothetically sell you a monthly thing, it wouldn't actually matter how long you spent on their program, right? If they didn't make money from both ads and data, like right now, right, because so much of their money is coming from data, which they get as you scroll and as you spend time there, and they get money from ads, which pay based on how much time you spend there, right? Like how many things you scroll past or whatever, right? So both of those are requiring you to spend time on the program. Tinthel, thank you very much for the compliment. But anyway, the idea was that hypothetically, if you were to remove those incentives for increasing time spent on the program and instead just charged somebody money, right? Then you could take away the incentives of keeping people on the ad and just try to make a good product, right? You could make a product that tries to inspire people to go outside, right? And maybe they would buy your app because they find it's useful and that it's motivating and they genuinely like it. They don't need to spend all day every day on it, right? You can buy a book and say that book was really worth it, but not spend every day all day reading. Like I feel like the incentives can flip and suddenly you can actually make a good product potentially that isn't relying on people spending time. Like the motives no longer are like the motives are no longer to keep people there and be addicting. It's suddenly to make a good product because good products sell, right? And I feel like that, to me, maybe it's a little bit magical Christmas land or whatever. Maybe it's not actually a real possibility, but I do feel like that kind of thing would just be better for the world if people's incentives are to make good products as opposed to whatever product they can do to get people to buy the most of it. I feel like those are two totally different things. But in many, many cases, good products still will make money. And I feel like bad products that make money should not exist. No. I never said good products necessarily sell. Many good products won't sell. But those products don't exist because they don't sell. But if the motivations were to make good products, then at least you'd have that as a motivation, right? Right now, that's not even a motivation because selling is the motivation, right? So that was my point. I'm not saying good products always sell. In fact, yeah, it's oftentimes not the case. In fact, bad products sell far better oftentimes because they're predatory. And something that's predatory and okay is probably going to sell better than something that's not predatory and not, and good. I mean, this is extremely common in video games, which I love, but still, it's very common. It's, so again, it's not like this whole thing is bad. Like, I think social media is potentially great. Anyway, if it goes to someone who is already rich beyond means, those extra $8 for verification or something ain't gonna make it better. Just pay to win. Yeah, I mean, I think it all depends on the incentives to make the in what you're doing. I think viewer retention to me just seems like a bad thing because the goal is so far removed from making a good product. You're literally making a product that is making money as opposed to, I mean, again, I think, yeah, anyway. I don't know if that again, there's probably all sorts of reasons, but imagine if, I mean, just hypothetically, and I don't know if this is true, but imagine that today it was illegal to, I don't know, make money. No, I don't know how you would do it. I genuinely don't know how to do it. If it was like, if you couldn't make money by scroll time or like time spent on those things. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert at this or in this. I just can't help the story sells even if it's definitely false. Yeah, but that's only there though if it's incentivized to be there, right? And right now it is because the algorithms will push for keeping you on the platform, right? That's literally what they're meant to do, is figure out what people quote unquote like, and by like I mean will look at, right? It's again, that's two totally different things, right? What people actually like and what people's, and what they're addicted to is two very different things. But, anyway, so the algorithm makes people stay on the platform and it shows you garbage stuff to do that. It's not, no one says, yes, I really, really think that shows me the best stuff. Like, people understand what it's doing. But anyway, my point is that the only reason that the algorithms are showing crap content is because that is what's most profitable. But if that was no longer the most profitable, say you couldn't make profit that way, suddenly you'd actually want to make a good product, or at least there should be factors that make you want to make good products. I don't know, that's my point. I just feel like there's no incentive right now to do the right thing, and I feel like, anyway, this is my whole capitalism rant, is like, there should be incentives that are higher up than making money. Like, making money is great, and you should be able to make money as long as you're also not actively harming things in the process. Right? Like, shouldn't that be like the number one priority, is like make the world a better place? I don't know. Maybe I'm in dreamland here. I feel like make the world a better place should be like the number one goal. And if you're at any point truly demonstrating that you're making the world a worse place, that you should not be doing what you're doing. Like, I'm all good for the blurry things where you don't know and you're just, going on like AI, for example. I think AI, some people genuinely believe they're just making the world a better place. And that's fine. But I think once you demonstrate that there are certain things that you're doing in an unethical way, right? I mean, that's like you know, if you have to steal or something to make the world a better place, I don't think you're going about it in the best way. Anyway, I don't know. The whole thing. This piece looks super cool. Thanks, Skittle. I am glad you like it. Yeah, it's kind of fun. I'm liking this piece. We're just ranting a lot about capitalism. Love the light and dark. Thanks. Yeah, I feel like I need some sort of character or figure in here. Or something. Some smoke monster. I don't know. I'm just going to keep on painting on it and do something. Maybe there's... I kind of feel like this should be a different shape. I am not quite sure, actually. It looks almost like a big gem. Oh, kinda. Yeah. Okay, well, I don't want it to look like a big gem. I want it to look more like a door, which is kind of why I'm not liking the shape. I fundamentally believe that everyone thinks they are making the world a better place by what they are doing. Remember what the pyramid scheme I asked you about? People are selling insurance to their friends. Also think they're doing people a favor even though they are unethical as F. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. But I think so this is where I think systems are important and hope sorry if I get a bit abstract here, but I think systems are really important because systems can protect ourselves from ourselves, right? Like they can protect us from ourselves, right? Knowing, and this is where things like, you know, for example, if there I've mentioned this before, but there was this big thing with you know, blind auditions. You know, before blind auditions in music was a thing, right? People would audition in front of people, and there was a huge bias for having, you know, like for male trumpet players, right? Because there was like this bias that women, because they were typically smaller, they didn't look like they were as powerful of trumpet players as men were, because, you know, trumpets need breath. They need a lot of big lung capacity, and there was just this bias against women. So even though they sounded perfectly fine, people would think that they sounded worse. And when you put them behind a screen and made it blind, suddenly that bias went away, and it was no longer in favor of men, right? It was this unconscious bias that people had, even if they were told to be as critical as possible, their ears would hear something different because what they saw changed their perception, right? So that's where you create a system to protect your judgment, right? You can say, I know that this is a thing that humans can do. And so you can say, I would vote that if I was going to be a judge, that I would want to do blind auditions because I know I would be a better judge, right? That's placing a system in that's creating a system to make it so that my judgment doesn't get clouded, right? So you can do the same thing for business. You can say, I think that you can create a system in which there's rules and regulations, right? Or that people, for example, you could create a system in which people of influence are held to a higher standard, right? So if you have, say, a president or something, and they smuggle documents out of the White House at any point, literally one slip up or something, that they're going to prison for the rest of their life, right? Suddenly, the last two presidents would both be in prison. Yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow if it was a mistake, but after a while, you've created an entire culture of something that is very different than what you have today, where people know that because they're rich and powerful, they can get away with it, right? My point is, there are systems that you could, in theory, put in place and that I think people can agree on. Even if it, like... I mean, it's sort of like when I mean, there's all sorts of pop culture things from... maybe not pop culture, but like there was that one thing... I remember it kind of blew up on Twitter at one point. It was it like the Met Gala thing where one of the people wore a dress or something that said, you know, pay your taxes or something, and it was like, or it was like tax the rich, and people got angry because they're like, but you're rich, and it's like, yeah, that's not the point. You can still understand there's a problem and say the rich should be taxed, even if you are rich, right? You can understand that you could still create a system, but would there be people running for president if there is such a system? Yeah, no, I think so. So here's what I think, and this is a thought that I had. Maybe this is a bit not quite on brand for an art stream or for my stream at all, but yeah. So I think currently the people who rise the fastest in politics and whatever are people who are willing to play fast and loose, right? And it might be the case that once they get there, they realize they literally aren't capable of adhering to the rules because they got there due to breaking the rules. But I feel like if you started at the top, you could work its way down with the rules being applied. Like, I think you should be holding those standards across the board, but I don't think they would come instantly. Um, but I don't know. I mean, I guess if you were to implement that rule, right, holding people in public positions to a higher standard, right? If police officers should be held to a higher standard, not a lesser standard, right? If you're going to be breaking the law while on duty as a police officer, you should get triple, quadruple the crime. You know, you should be used as a right. Like, would those people not want to? Maybe, but it also might maybe only people who know they wouldn't break the rules would apply, right? Or maybe people would be more willing to call out stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I absolutely think you could create a system in which everyone is, and again, I don't think it would be instant, but I think in theory the system could exist, and you could create a culture of people who are playing by the rules or of the system that you've created. But right now we just don't have that, and it's just like, oh, we just have to take their word that they're going to be, you know, honest and with the people's in, you know, with the people in mind or whatever. That's not going to happen, right? The very people who rise to those positions aren't doing that. So you can't just take I don't know, it just seems unlikely that that would be a thing, to just take their word for it, and that's why systems are important. I mean, same with art, right? It's like there's so many things to bring this back to art, right? There are so many things to juggle in art that you can't just say, I'm just gonna jump straight in and paint my whole painting from this corner to this corner, right? You can't, you know, nobody is so good. I mean, maybe somebody, but typically if you're doing like if you're designing a new painting or a new thing, you can't just start in one corner and paint your way out and then pretty soon you're done, right? You build it up. You have a process, you have a system. You can create things like wireframes, you know, then you can shine a light on it, right? And then you shade where the light doesn't hit, and you add highlights where the light does hit, right? You can add color. You have things like core shadows that you can understand, right? You have this system of understanding the thing so that you can avoid these mistakes of like, oh, whoops, I forgot good construction. Well, no, you didn't, because you that came earlier, right? So yes, there's a lot of things, but you don't typically just start at the, you know. So anyway, that's systems help us do art, right? We know this. Systems help us do lots of things. But sometimes systems are also just totally garbage. I mean, I think, yeah, anyway. My ex-boyfriend's really serious into politics, though, that I got some insight about the mindset of politicians. And man, I tell you, I've never seen people as opportunistic and unethical as them. They would literally go over dead bodies. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I've done something similar to that bad way to start. I'm not saying it's a bad way to start. I'm just saying typically the results aren't going to be as good because we've created systems and habits to help ourselves succeed, right? We're not just willpowering our way through. Anyway, I'm kind of getting lost here, but or lost in the discussion or whatever. Kind of going down some rabbit holes. Yeah, no, I realize people will do whatever it takes to succeed, and that's part of the problem, right? If you're in a position of power, you shouldn't be doing that. And unfortunately, that's the way to succeed in most of business, right? And for some reason, politics is the same, and it shouldn't be, right? It really should be results driven. It should be by people actually demonstrating that they. I think if you're caught to even, if you're breaking the law and you're caught up in stuff like that, you should just be ineligible. Like imagine right now everybody could say, if you are like, imagine there was a law up for passing, like, I think a lot of people would agree that if politicians are breaking the law, they should be ineligible from any office forever, right? Like, why not? The only people who are going to vote against this are probably people in politics. And I feel, but again, now, if you voted for this, you might be kicking yourself if you end up getting into politics and you're like, wow, I could really be breaking the law right now, right? This would really be helping me. And yeah, maybe you'd be tempted. But now, if we actually had a system that would punish it and would uphold it, now the problem is money seems to always get out of things, but I don't know how you solve that one. I don't know. But again, it's hard. It's not an easy problem. I'm not claiming it's easy, right? I'm definitely not even claiming I have a solution. I just feel like sometimes people look at a problem and be like, the problem is them, right? They're evil. It's like, no, everybody seems to be having this issue, and it's more of a systemic issue, and that seems like it's a problem that systems can solve. Like, I guess I'm just not in the camp that when people do terrible things, it means they're a terrible person. I just think we need to remove the incentives to do that, or disincentivize it, right? That includes things like art theft, right? It should not be tolerated, right? Now I'm talking about the system ain't gonna dismantle itself. We need to break it down. Well, it's not even breaking it down. Just it's reform. Whoa, crap! I just crashed Clip Studio. Crap. Clip Studio just crashed. Oh no! When did I last save? I mean, I wasn't painting very fast, so it's probably not a big deal. Oh no. Well, there's a difference between being successful and fattening your wallet when you're already rich. Oof. Oh my god, this was a long time ago. Well, we're basically starting this thumbnail now. Rip thumbnail. Yeah, that's okay. You heard us talking smack? Yeah, probably. There's a difference between being successful and fattening your wallet when you're all. Well, look, I don't care if people make a lot of money. I don't think money making inherently is the problem. I think it's the means by which people make that money. I mean, technically, I guess you could extrapolate and say if you're making that much money, if it's, I mean, hypothetically, if it's truly self made, now I would argue you couldn't, in theory, ever make that much money on your own. But I'm willing to allow some extremely rare situations where making ludicrous amounts of money is possible on your own. I don't know if it is, but let's just hypothetically say it is. So it's not the money itself that's bad, right? It's exploitation. It's all those things that are obviously bad, right? But anyway, but I think oftentimes looking at singular rich people or singular people and be like, those, and maybe it's not even rich. I don't even care about the rich. That's not even the issue. To me, it's more of allowing people to do things that we know they shouldn't, and when we do catch them, it's a slap on the wrist because there's no system to actually discourage it. That seems to be my issue. I mean, honestly, and this is maybe a bit futuristic-y of me, but like I feel like as technology moves forward, and it's not like we as a human are evolving at the speed of technology. Like it takes evolution is slow. Our brains are not fundamentally changing to adapt to this new ways of doing things. Like we're more or less the same as we've been. And the only way we can adapt, in my opinion, is not by brute forcing it, it's through systems, right? I don't feel like there's a way forward, right? Just from a, it's just as a thought experiment. I don't, like, we can't just brute force our way into being better people. Like, we're basically all capable of the same crap that we've always been. We haven't fundamentally changed. We're more or less the same. Yes, we have a better understanding, but we should use those understandings to build systems, to protect ourselves. And we should be willing to revisit old systems and rework systems and actually go through a process of changing things as we need them changed, and not just sticking to old-timey crap that doesn't work and clearly is not working. I don't know. I mean, that is kind of true for all of life, in my opinion. And again, even in art. Like, anyway. I see this one was chosen. Yeah. Yeah, I crashed like 2 minutes ago. Well, it's not even about agreeing on what to change, I think. I mean, it kind of is. But like isn't our in the US, isn't it like you need some supermajority to make certain changes where other places you only need like just a majority? Don't things like if you have like 55% of the vote, they won't get passed in the US? You need like 65 or something. There's things like that, and things like gerrymandering, or things like isn't it the electoral college system? Like you can have the most people in the country can agree on something, like more than half, and you still won't get elected. Like aren't those things just like, to me, they, like, I understand why they existed, and I understand there's a history there, but we can still see that things clearly aren't working, and being like, even if what happened, right? You can say this thing is bad, we made a mistake, whatever. It can exist because you played by the rules and now you're here. But going forward, let's not allow this to happen again, right? Like I don't, I feel like there are, I don't know, and it's, to me it's more of a cultural thing, right? It's a culture, and it's sort of, gosh, I'm kind of jumping all over the place with my topics today. But you know how in a lot of game companies, or just a lot of companies in general, oftentimes art companies, or game companies, that's kind of a thing that I feel like I hear a lot about. But oftentimes there's really terrible culture, right? There's culture. It's not that people are intentionally breaking rules because they enjoy breaking rules. It's that there's nobody who truly believes the rules should have existed in the first place, so they just ignore them, right? It's not that it wasn't a rule. It's that you just have a terrible culture. And I feel like a lot of it is that cultural kind of like what we allow. And I don't know, that's it's a big topic, but I feel like, and I don't know how you get there. I don't know how you get there from here. Hey Fish, how are you? Welcome to my rant stream, where we've been ranting about politics and capitalism and all sorts of stuff. I'm sure it's a fantastic stream, and people who like art streams are totally in for it. But anyway, I'm not super educated on this stuff. I should probably stop talking about it. But I will say, I like the topic, kind of. You feel pretty helpless. Well, yeah, I mean, I also think that, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think there will always be the same sorts of issues, unfortunately. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess when politicians are running on topics like these little, I don't know, like social issues and stuff, I feel like that is a pretty good sign that nothing's changing. I feel like, but when people are running on actual issues, I mean, okay, I feel hopeful. Here's why I feel hopeful, because there are people with a lot of influence that could potentially change how people think, that are on like a global scale, right? And they're I mean, it might take a giant stroke of luck, but I think sort of the old way, so to speak, of just telling people what they want to hear. I mean, maybe it's still just the most popular. I don't know. I mean, I'm hopeful, but I also think it would take some luck. But because, for example, imagine somebody extremely popular is constantly like, I mean, you have some people, like some YouTubers, for example, could potentially create an entire conversation or movement around certain ideas. I'm not saying your random favorite YouTuber is gonna be knowing what they're talking about, and this is why I think it would take a stroke of luck. But hypothetically, if that conversation were, I don't know, like things that are focused more on small systemic changes, like getting lots of big money out of politics or holding people more accountable. I don't know how that would work and how those movements would happen, but hypothetically, I think you could have people who actually end up voting for those things because it doesn't really affect them. It's not an immediate change. It's more of an idea, right? It's more of an idea than a hard concrete thing. And I feel like it shouldn't be that hard. Like in theory, if those things were voted on and they were actually upheld, I don't know. I feel like it could be really good. But I think people are just so much more focused on the juicy stuff, right? Like gun laws and like, okay, I get it, but let's be real. That's not even in the same ballpark as like entire systemic corruption. Like that's like, yes, it's not great, but a lot of those things I think would change if the culture changed. Right? Anyway, what am I talking about? Art? Yeah, this is totally an art stream. Well, thank you for coming to my soapbox stream where we rant about all the topics. No, this I swear I don't. This is the last stream before I go on vacation, by the way. So if you're here and this is what you get. You're gonna have to wait 2.5, no, not 2.5, 1.5 weeks for these rants again. Companies pay our politicians not to care, wait, no matter what you voted, money votes harder. Petition to get Joe on TEDx stage. I mean, yeah, that's true. Money, currently it does vote harder and it shouldn't. And that's, again, to me, that's one of the big first issues. Like, if I had to prioritize issues, I feel like environmental policy, and because that seems to be pressing and it doesn't seem like it's going to change just due to the, habits and stuff. Like, I feel like policy needs to come in play quick. That and like big money out of politics, right? You shouldn't be able to have oil companies lobbying that actively hinder progress, right? Because they want more money. And this kind of all goes back to what you're talking about before, right? Like the money itself should not be the main motivator. And it shouldn't be praised when it is, right? But anyway, that's a separate issue. That's kinda. TEDx. What the heck would I TEDx on? Yeah, it'd be funny. No, I don't think that would ever be a thing. It would be funny though. I don't even. How many? Does anyone know how many TEDx videos there are? Aren't there like hundreds of thousands? I feel like there's so many at this point. It's almost not. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? But yeah, I agree but like to me those, and I'm okay with talking about this, but those really are like the two probably biggest voting issues. And I know this isn't politics stream, and you don't need to agree with me. I'm not I don't care if you think I'm a total lunatic, because I think money shouldn't speak more than laws, but that's fine. I'm not gonna even argue with you. I just am, heck, I'm in a position where I can speak my mind, and so I'll do that. But yeah. But we should probably keep this to art, because I realize not everyone shares my view and not everyone wants to sit through this, because hearing views that you don't like or don't agree with is difficult, and I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to be here watching an art stream and listening to me talk about random political stuff. So I should probably change the topic. I walked by a building when they were filming the thousands of talks, mostly rich people talking about how you can make it if you just work hard enough nonsense. Last thing I'll say on it. Yeah. For non-politicals. Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is one of those things where it's sort of like a lie, but also it's what a useful deception is what I've heard it called. So there is some science behind sort of this sort of stupidly blind optimism that, if you just work hard you can make it, and truly believing that. People who do believe that typically do go farther, right? And so there is evidence that in a sense it's true, but at the same time we know it's false. Like, it obviously there are factors out of your control, and there are a lot of things that make some people far more advantaged than others, right? And it's not an even game, and the system's rigged, so on and so forth. We know all that to be true too, but believing that it's not true does actually help, right? So there's sort of this like useful optimism, right? Like, you still need to believe that you have power to change things, and that you can achieve your dreams by working hard, and like, I think that's all useful, right? So in a sense, people who believe it then oftentimes will succeed and be like, I succeeded because of this. But it's like, no, you still also have to acknowledge that you got really, really lucky. But you shouldn't take away the fact that, yes, they also worked hard. So it's kind of this weird thing, right? Because I get why, if the only difference between you, like, obviously in your head, right, you are a hard worker because you believe this thing that may not even be true, but whatever, you believe it, and so you work really hard and you end up achieving your goals in part because of your hard work. It's hard not to say, oh, it was my hard work that got me there. Of course it was all the other luck stuff too, but that is kind of I don't know, it's a weird thing. I don't know, I'm torn, because I know it's BS, right? It's not the only thing that matters. There's a lot of factors. But if you don't have some sort of mindset that you can do it, you are far less likely to succeed as well. So the opposite view is hurtful. A neutral view is probably fine, but it's that negative view that is actually bad, right? Not to make people sad, but if you have a rough childhood, then that sense of optimism doesn't bode the best survival. I'd rather do realism. Well, no, wait. Maybe I'm disagreeing with what you're saying. So a lot of times people are like essentially learned helplessness because they've learned that no matter how hard they try, it doesn't work out. And so you literally stop trying, right? And so it's sort of like obviously it sucks, right? It sucks to be told, all you have to do is try, and keep, learning that it doesn't work out. But people who learn that it does work out also keep trying, right? And then so it's sort of, no, see, I don't agree. I mean, I think, but maybe I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by it doesn't bode well for the best for survival? Having optimism isn't good for survival? In what sense? I mean, I'm not saying gamble, right? I'm not saying go take crazy chances, but there is an element of like, I believe that if I study hard, I can, get good grades and get a high paying job, right? Some people grow up believing that, oh, I'm destined to be poor because I have from unfortunate circumstances. So why, what's the point of trying these things if it's going to be harder for me and I'm not going to succeed anyway, right? Why not do the easier things that are, why not just go along with the crowd and live a fun, happy life or whatever? Like, you can't be blindly optimistic. You will be caught off guard. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure. I mean, I feel like I need an example of blindly. But no, I'm more talking to like self-worth and growth, right? I guess essentially a growth mindset versus fixed mindset or learned helplessness. I guess maybe slightly two different topics, but like those sorts of things. I do think there's an element because this conversation right started with people talking about like the TEDx talks, oftentimes just rich people standing up and saying how if you just try hard you'll make it. Like so, I'm talking in terms of more like growth and improvement and achieving things, not like oh I just think it'll work out and nothing bad can happen. I'm not saying that. Like obviously you have to work within your circumstances, but I think a lot of people truly don't believe that they could ever achieve because the system's rigged. And I think if you do believe that, you are more likely to fall, it's more likely to be true. And I think that's been shown quite a few times. So it's sort of a useful delusion because it's not fair. It is rigged, right? It's if you're from a less privileged background, you're absolutely less likely to succeed or have a lot of money or whatever you want to do in life, right? Yeah, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy built on a delusion. It's you may go into an online date, yeah, no, don't do that. But I mean, I'm not saying that's what people don't do that. I don't think anyone claims that's good, right? This is where like process and again having like a system, right? Learning a method of doing things, thinking more like a scientist, right? You take evidence and you try things and you experiment, but it's like okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's like a scientist who spends their entire career searching for something and being hopeful that they can find it, or at the very least being satisfied with the new knowledge they're finding, even if they never succeed in finding the thing, right? It's that sort of they're hopeful, but they're still going about it in a rigorous way. You're still going about it with intent and knowing that it's useful, right? It's not saying, oh, it's all a waste because this experiment failed, right? It's more of an optimistic worldview as opposed to blind optimism. I'm not advocating for blind optimism, but there's a sort of future looking view that's like if even in the moment it's a failure, it can still be seen as a success, those kinds of things. And I know it sounds a little self-helpy, but I really do believe that, and again, this is kind of the useful delusion part of it. I don't know, I think yeah. London says hello again, beautiful colors. Hey Alex Thompson, how are you? Hello, hope you're doing well. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's kind of a weird topic because it also gets into like telling people what's good for them versus telling people what's accurate. And I think there's a lot of cases where, for example, if you tell someone the truth, they're going to do the wrong thing, but if you lie, they might do the right thing. Like those are weird situations, and this is all getting into like how it's tricky, right? Like I don't think that these topics are always easy. And when you're dealing with things like telling a kid what they're, how do you get a kid to try and, be the best student they can be or pursue their passions and think critically about these things when their prospects in life automatically are disadvantaged? Do you tell them that they're less likely to succeed? Like, probably not, right? Like I think there is a healthy dose of realism that can be talked about. Be like, hey, this sucks, but you can succeed despite or in spite of all these setbacks, you can still succeed, right? But I think if you're, I don't know, it's tough. I don't know how to, yeah. I mean, it's not my problem to solve, really. I'm just a random dude online doing art because I like art. It has nothing to do with anything we're talking about. Blind optimism, a term people use to run away from taking necessary risks. If you're afraid of blind optimism, you're actually just afraid that you don't have the perfect solution, and perfect solutions don't exist. This so-called blind optimism is the reason people are able to achieve the unimaginable because they decide to stop thinking as objective. Hold on. Run away from taking necessary risks. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm struggling here. I feel like I followed the second half. The first half, the definition used to run away from taking unnecessary risks. If you're afraid of blind optimism, you're actually just afraid that you don't have the perfect solution. Perfect solutions. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait, blind optimism is a term people use to run away from necessary risks. How's that optimism? Wouldn't blind optimism be running towards them? Like running towards risky situations because you're totally blind and you're like someone who's going to open up a bad business because they're just so blindly optimistic. Wouldn't they be running towards risks? Or am I confusing? Am I confused? Maybe I'm using blind optimism in the wrong way. Wouldn't someone who's blindly optimistic be running towards risks because they don't understand? And so in that case, in the case of like a disadvantaged youth or something, they might get themselves into trouble. Is used by people avoiding risks. Is always a term used by people. I don't understand. I think I'm missing something. Maybe I'm too stupid for this conversation after all. Maybe I should go back to art. I always thought blind optimism was like not evaluating the circumstances properly and not doing a proper like risk reward analysis or cost benefit analysis. That's the term I meant. And instead they just charge in blindly, right? Saying I'm gonna succeed because I'm good, right? Like wouldn't Donald Trump be a good, like, I mean, yes, he's a narcissistic and all that, but you could argue blindly optimistic in that he thinks every one of his ideas is golden. Wouldn't that be an example of blind optimism, where you essentially think everything that of yours is fantastic, and so you're taking these stupid risks that never should have been taken in the first place because anybody with half a brain could see that they're idiotic? Or am I wrong in what I think this is? Maybe this is a term that means something way different than what I thought it is. I feel like I'm like, it's possible also that people are using it in a different way than what I understand it to mean. Okay. When something bad happens, such as losing your job, many people say, just stay positive. Toxic. Oh, no, I understand toxic positivity. Just stay positive or look on the bright side. While such comments are often meant to be sympathetic, they can shut down anything the other person might want to say about what they're experiencing. After experiencing some type of loss, people might say that everything happens for. That's a terrible one. Well, yeah. No, I understand toxic positivity things. We don't need copy pasted examples of it. I understand toxic positivity. I get it. There are some times to admit when things aren't going well and not, pure positive all the time. It's, you need a balance. Like in the movie, to use movies as an example, and I know it has its issues, but the movie, inside out, right? It's like you can't just be positive all the time. You have to have the healthy dose of the balance, other things to balance it out. Uh, in a bad analogy, but yeah, no, I get toxic positivity, and I am not advocating for that. I'm just saying that I do think some delusions about what you can achieve are healthy, or healthy in the sense that they can keep you moving forward and achieving more in the long run. But again, it's not so stupidly that it's, yeah, balance is key. And I think you can intentionally put yourself in and out of these delusions. Like, I don't think it's just, oh, you believe it, hook, line, and sinker. Like, you don't have to be brainwashed. I think you can sort of, I mean, it's kind of like the billionaire who says, work hard, follow your dreams, and you'll succeed. And then they also say, oh yeah, luck played a huge role, right? How can you say that you have to be lucky, but also if you work hard and follow your dreams, you'll succeed? Well, you can't, right? They're almost contradictory, right? One is saying you need luck, the other is saying all you have to do is work hard. But I think that you can kind of switch between them, right? If it makes you feel better, wait, I missed something. Although I've had a bit to drink, I'm struggling to follow this blind optimism, and I study philosophy, which requires some lateral thinking and yeah, I'm not. I'm not, honestly. I'm not following Neff's definition of it or example. I feel like that was confusing to me. I don't know why. Maybe I always just thought blind optimism is just like naivety, basically, but with an optimistic outlook on things. Like, I mean, I think you see it a lot in youth, where every idea is worth doing because the risks aren't really ever taken into account. I don't even know how that came up. I think I said it once, but it wasn't really the point, I don't think. It's used by people who aren't the one who is finding success from that optimism point of view. Wait, the idea of blind optimism is used by people who aren't the one who is finding success from that optimism point of view. So are you saying someone who uses the term blind optimism is using it to justify someone's behavior, saying that their behavior is risky, and saying that therefore it was a bad choice in hindsight, even though despite it succeeding? Is that the idea? I'm not sure what the point is though. I mean, I get that's I mean, I don't. I think you're right that someone who succeeded from making risky decisions might not call it that, right? I it's always someone that is downplaying said optimism. See, I don't see it as a downplaying it; it's upplaying it, right? Aren't you? The point is that if you're in the situation, you're looking at the opportunities for success, not the opportunities for failure. Yeah. Yes, I understand. I think I get that. I kind of see what you're saying, and I think you're kind of right. Um, but I don't think they're different things. I mean, I think a lot of successful people say they took risky decisions, and a lot of times that is only possible because they feel comfortable enough to do that because of a safety net, right? Or they feel like their choice is a sure thing, and then they look back and like, wow, it really wasn't. I mean, there's been so many people who say this thing was kind of a gamble, but it paid off, and I do it again. But you don't get those people saying that if they don't have the ability to bounce back from it, or if they don't believe in their product. And and this is where, I mean, yeah, you do have to have a belief in the thing that you're doing. And yeah, that is optimism or blind optimism. Again, I don't think the difference is important. I didn't hope I didn't I don't even know how I brought it up. I think I just said it once. I don't it wasn't really that important. The term blind could but yeah, anyway, hey Polly, how are you? Risk and blind in the context of this conversation is completely relative to the individual and their situation. Yeah, I mean, yeah. My point was that I was using blind for more of a just a lack of evaluating the consequences, right? Anyway, not really important to be honest to the discussion, and I'm not even sure where we are anymore in this topic. So I'm gonna move a little bit back to art and keep saving my stuff because I crashed before. Hey Polly, blind optimism just strikes me as a synonym for the equivalent of faith or predetermination. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, and I think some people, and I kind of agree. I guess that's sort of how I used it a little bit. But I guess you are asserting it on someone else, and maybe to their view it's not the same. But I don't think it really matters in this case because everyone experiences something a little different when you're in the moment. I don't know. Is this a doorway or a crystal? Okay, that's a good question. This is supposed to be a doorway, and I will make it look more like a doorway because that's the second time someone's asked this. So that is a good indication that you are doing something wrong in your painting if nobody can tell what it is that you're painting. Hey, Basilisk. I wouldn't say any topic is relative. There's factual implementation to a lot of subject, but I'm drunk, so I'm getting lost. Sorry. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Now I'm derailed. I'm confused. I just knew it was a door because the light in front, but yeah, the door itself is looking like a gem. Yeah, let's change that. Let's change it. We're gonna go like this. You know, what better way to make it look like a door than to make it shaped like a key? There, now we know it's a door. Don't be confused. There's so much going on whilst you're juggling between beautiful faces. Keep it up. Well, yeah, I mean, we came from a place that I felt was an interesting discussion. Then we got caught up in semantics that I feel like I used a word that maybe I misused, but I had a meaning behind what I was saying. Like I had a concept that I was thinking of when I said something, and then instead of paying attention to the concept, we started paying attention to the definition of the word, and it kind of, yeah, we changed topics because of it. That's fine though. I'm happy with changing topics. That's kind of what we do on stream. I mean, to be honest, we were talking about politics and stuff, and we probably didn't need to be. Definitely reads more as a doorway now. Yeah, I think just changing the shape to something that is more recognizable as a hole in the wall is going to be better. But yeah, it's probably best we do go to art, though. We don't need to go to politics. It looks like the opening of a lock, and I like it. Yeah, it's kind of a lock opening. I feel like I should put some sort of, maybe not creature, but something in here. Or maybe we could just swirl some of these colors over here. Okay, I have an idea too. I'm gonna make a new layer. I did just save, so I should be good. Yeah, I think the reason it crashed though is because I had a giant save file. Because I didn't separate the time lapse. So last time I did a time lapse, it was from the same thumbnail batch, and then I opened up that same file to leave the thumbnails and kept painting. So I didn't have it. Ooh, birds for scale coming through the doorway. Maybe that could be fun. Yeah, let's do it. Burbs for scale. Yeah. All right, there's the birds for scale. This thing is massive. Just kidding. I don't know what the scale is yet. Or maybe the birds are massive, and so we can't tell. I'm kind of joking about that. But yeah, let me use a bird brush. I got a bird brush here. Burbs. Make them average pigeon doves, as most people assume that. Yeah, I'm making them, yeah. I mean, I don't have to use the bird brush, but I do like using it for some things. Maybe just tons of birds, just everywhere. Just birds for days. Just kidding. Yeah, doves. Dove-like. Very heavenly. I feel like maybe I should hand paint them actually this time. Because I feel like I should have the birds kind of following a line like this. And maybe you put some birds here. Let's see if I can do this right. So some birds like here. Bird brush height. Well, I don't know. I'm just drawing some little birds here. And yeah, I realize these are going to be terrible looking birds right now, but that's okay. Eh. Maybe something like that. This environment could be in that sky game I keep talking about. Super magical clouds, burbs, glowiness. Nice. I missed a message. Inserts Lady Gaga 1000 Doves as background music. Wait, is there a Lady Gaga song called 1000 Doves? It's pretty intense. Yeah, I feel like that could be a thing. I don't know about these black shapes. Maybe there's birds in here too. This is getting very... Maybe there's some blackbirds coming out of this smoky stuff. How about a couple of quick fire this or that option? Quick fire this or that options. Yeah, no, you're welcome. You're film or music. Oh, oh gosh, films. I like movies more than music. I mean, I like music, but yeah, definitely movies. Music is more of a background thing for me. I don't really actively listen to music these days. Yeah, that's typically the thing. Good question, though. I mean, I don't think it has to be one or the other, though. My only issue with this or that kind of questions are that they're not often related, and it's like you can like both in different circumstances. But I do think in this case, if we're talking, so when you say film or music, right? I'm making the comparison to film because films are almost typically for education or entertainment, right? Whereas music is typically background. I don't do background movies, right? That's not a thing for me. So I would never have a background movie. So in that, if I was talking background stuff, I would say music. If I was talking attention, primary focus, I'd say movies. Exactly. It's like a desert island. So yeah, it just depends on the context. But there's more context in which movies are a thing, right? That's yeah. I mean that's kind of one of those yeah. I mean most things are that way. Most things have nuance. Pizza or pasta? Oh, gosh, I mean that's yeah, I don't know. I mean depends on what kind. Oh gosh, I can't answer. I don't know. How do you answer that? I mean I guess pizza. But gosh, there's so much. I don't know. That's a hard one as well. A lot of these are hard. I guess pizza though, because I don't know. Pasta requires more work on my end. And I don't really order pasta because I'm too poor for it. I don't really order that much pizza either because I'm too poor for it. But typically pizzas, you can get better like frozen pizzas and stuff that are not too terrible. Color dodge or overlay? Ooh, oof, oof! You're hitting me right in the. I'm gonna go with color dodge because color dodge again. Well, ooh, I don't know actually. I'm gonna go with overlay. Actually, I'm gonna switch it. I'm gonna go with overlay because overlay does have more uses, and I think it's more controllable. Um, color dodge is really fun for an early stage thing, but overlay can fix your values, it can fix your saturation, it can add lighting. I'm gonna go overlay. I know it's over. I don't use overlay as much, right? But I do think I started with overlay more. I used it a lot. Color dodge is more nuanced, and you kind of have to plan your painting for it. And if you don't plan your painting for it, then it's not as good. Overlay has like a lot of uses. Like, for example, if you want to brighten something or darken something, you can grab an overlay. You know, if I want to darken parts of my painting, you can add like vignettes, right? You can darken stuff in your painting. Yes, that particularly looks a little ridiculous. But similarly, you can brighten stuff, right? You can make it brighter. You can add brightness to where there was dark. I think overlay is just a really good corrective tool. Your painting is beautiful. Aw, thank you. In this case, I may have done a little overboard. I do think I didn't. I think I got too much. There wasn't enough warmth coming in. I don't know, something like this. I feel like something like this, though, actually might need some bright yellow. No, maybe not yellow. Maybe red, orange. And then maybe in here it can have like white. Orange or purple? Gray. Somewhere in between. One brush forever or a completely different brush every month? I don't know. It depends on how much you paint. I'd say one brush forever. I don't think it's that important. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. That one's... Yeah, that's not a good... Yeah. Yeah, those are tough, though. Choosing things... This is like, if you were to ask me this next week, they might be different. Is it stressing you out? Good. No, it's not stressing me out. It's just... It's one of those things where it's not... It's a bit like a personality quiz, you know? It's like... It's just a matter of your opinion, and it could change on a whim. Like, I don't think these are immutable. Is that the word immutable? Immutable traits about myself? I don't think these are set in stone, right? I don't think these are intrinsic. So it's like, there isn't a... I don't know. I mean, kind of going back to the philosophy thing we were talking about. I mean, it's, again, I know it's kind of a buzzword, but I do think there is... that the point and the idea is there. But the whole like growth mindset thing, right? This is kind of the same thing. Like I don't think I am the same person that I will be in 5 years, right? I'm gonna be fundamentally, I'll probably have different views, different value, maybe not different values, maybe though, right? Values can change too. Like things are gonna change. Actually, values definitely change. And I think I'm gonna grow as a person, and I can keep growing. And so yeah, I don't like these questions. I don't feel like are a thing. Like they aren't. I don't know. There's always nuance, right? A giant keyhole. Yeah, it's kind of a giant keyhole. No black and white thinking. A whole spectrum of colors is constantly changing recipe for ingredient. Yeah. How about this? Would you kill an animal as a one-off in order to be able to continue to eat that meat? Wait, where's the meat coming from? The animal? Would you kill an animal as a one-off in order to be continue? I mean, realistically, if I'm going to be eating the meat, I should be willing to kill the animal anyway. So yes, right? Are you saying would I keep killing the animal or would I stop eating the meat? I mean, if I had to do it, I mean, it sounds effortful, so I'd probably just not do it because it's not that big of a deal. I don't really eat beef all that much anyway because it's just more expensive, larger environmental impact. You only have to kill it once. And what? And then you just get the meat for free? Like, where's the meat coming from? Like one cow, and I can keep doing the thing that I was gonna do anyway. I mean, why not? What's the alternative? Is just never eat it? I mean, look, I think if I could make some pact that would so okay. This is going back to systems. If you could create a system in which somehow, you know those like animes where they're like people are put into a game rule and for whatever reason they have to like strictly adhere to these rules. If I could create that rule and I could say, oh, I can't eat meat, and like every time I walk into a store, I would be physically incapable of going to buy something. Like, yeah, I think I would choose that because I think it would be good for me in the long and good for everything in the long run. I might hate it moment to moment, right? It's sort of like you tell yourself that, I don't know, let's say they discovered tomorrow that, and I'm not getting the science of this, but just hypothetically, what's something that nobody likes doing? Cold showers, right? Okay, let's say cold showers were like the best thing ever, right? Like scientifically, they make you a better person, right? There would still be days that you would wake up and be like, I'm going to take a warm shower because cold showers suck, right? You would still do it, right? You're still going to grab the stuff that is bad for you off the shelves. You're still going to eat things you wish you didn't. So yeah, if you could sign a contract ahead of time that would disable that ability to do it, I would absolutely sign up for some systems like that. Right? I would absolutely sign up to do the right thing if I knew I didn't have a like, oh, that would be fantastic. Right? I mean, that's like saying anytime I don't know how to draw something, I would use a reference, right? I would sign up for that. It would be hard to do, right? In the moment, it's so easy to go against your you know, what you know is good for you because of what's comfortable or what's easy. So yeah, I would definitely sign that. So I think I would take the again, if I could somehow choose, I would choose the no meat option, not because I couldn't kill an animal, but because you're giving me that option, right? It's like one of those anime contracts that somehow holds. I don't know. I would totally go down that route. And I would do that for every other aspect of my life. If I could just like design the perfect routine and I'd have to stick to it, like, you know, I couldn't break it, oh, I would do that in a heartbeat. Oh my goodness. Screenshotter, thank you for the follow. Greetings. I feel like your name puts me on edge. Not because of the NFTs, but because of the screenshotter. Like, I feel like I tell myself a story of like what your username and who you are, and it gives me the impression that you're like a bot that comes in here, screenshots people's art, and then nobody would buy that. But I just think I don't know. That's just what your name makes me think of. Just saying. But anyway, how are you? Wouldn't that routine get monotonous though? No, because you can build in good things. You don't have to be a perfect routine. A system doesn't have to be a routine. It's sort of like my process for art can work in exploration and experimentation and trying new things, right? That can be part of my process. And as long as I adhere to my process, then that means I am doing the necessary things. No. So no. You'd have to abide by the other rule. So the rule could be cleverly set up, right? So for example, maybe not the shower example isn't the best because I don't think warm showers are bad. But let's say no Twinkies, right? If that were a rule. I don't think it would get monotonous because there's lots of non-Twinkie items out there that are perfectly delicious and healthy, right? Just cutting out the stuff that is known to be terrible for you doesn't mean you have a no options on the good end, right? There's still lots of room for experimentation and exploration, and there's don't take your Twinkies. Like, yeah, the exclusion of bad things, right, doesn't mean that Twinkies are like these chemical cream filled delicious like cream filled donuts that are pure calories and chemicals and probably giving you all sorts of bad health outcomes down the road. Sounds like an ever-evolving framework. Yeah, no, it would be. It would be an ever-evolving framework. And you obviously, as you find out what's good and what's bad, you would have to do these things. But my issue is that even when you do find out that something is bad, I think people are so resistant to change because there's all these other factors. So in theory, if you could get rid of those other factors, like, you know, spur of the moment craving a Twinkie, right? That would be amazing, right? If you would just remove that as an option. Like, you know, and of course you could lift these restrictions, right? But you couldn't do it in the moment, right? You'd have to go through like an appeal, right? You'd have to submit a form, do some tedious task that takes like 20 minutes and submit a form, and then you can allow yourself that Twinkie. But you can only do it, you can't do it in the moment when you're tempted, right? It's sort of like you want to make a stupid choice, you have to have agreed to it before. Like you have to make that choice beforehand. Right? So you have to abide by your rules. Anyway, what are we talking about? Anyway, my science teacher ate only Twinkies for a month to test caloric deficient and weight loss. He did lose like half a pound, but felt horrible. Oh my god, yeah, you'd have absolutely like no nutritional. You'd have all like, was he taking like at least, I don't know enough about supplements, but like hopefully he was at least taking something to like not, to have some nutrients or vitamins or something, right? Like, but yeah, that sounds horrible. Hey Gandalf, how are you? Welcome in. We have been ranting about all sorts of stuff. Also, I just want to point out again, I'm going to be saying it a few times, and now that we're close to ending, this is the last stream ever. No, just kidding. It's the last stream until I get back from vacation. I am going on vacation for a week and a half. I think something like that, but his concern was just monitoring the calories. Yeah. Yeah. Doing good, just relaxing. Where are you going? I'm going to Austria. Not to be confused with Australia. No, I'm not going to Zurich. I don't even know where Zurich is. I should know this. And I currently live in the United States. Does this look like it's... Yeah, kinda. Sort of looks okay. Hey, honey, Zurich is Switzerland? Okay. Is it? I don't even know. You could be making that up and I wouldn't know. Is Austria separate from Hungary? I kind of wish I was more efficient sometimes, but I'm no totally robot, and that's okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't wish I was a robot in art. I like the not knowing stuff and struggling and the process and the messiness of it all. But yeah, I feel like if I were like a printer, for example. Also, let me find some pictures. I'm gonna do a slightly longer stream today. But real quick, let me double check my phone. Okay. Sweet. Okay. I'm gonna do a slightly longer stream today. First, I'm going to grab some references for some birds. So, birds. Let's say doves. Should we go with doves? Or do doves have good silhouettes? What do they look like? Doves flying. Oh, they kind of have... Doves are funky looking. What the heck? Okay. I feel like I can totally just... woo. Okay. This is gonna be the dove, and it has a head and a beak. And the dovetail. Oh, that's where the name comes from, obviously, but I think it's funny. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't look like a dove at all. What the heck? What did I do? What did I do wrong? That looks like the worst bird I've ever drawn. Peace, Dove, a very famous symbol, or Dove, the shampoo company symbol. I'm not gonna use the Dove shampoo logo as my image. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that. No, thank you. I had a geography teacher who taught me where European countries were by using, like, if you are hungry in Hungary, you can go to Austria and eat, wait, kangaroo thighs. He thought it looked like chicken thigh. Kangaroo in Austria? What? Hold on. Are we getting confused? Kangaroos in Austria? Isn't that Australia? Wrong. Sorry, he thought it looked like chicken thigh. If the kangaroo isn't cooked enough, it might bleed into Slovenia, where vampires live, not to be confused with Slovakia. I'm pretty sure. No, he said it was close to Australia in name. Okay, as long as you made that caveat, then you could remember. I mean, I think little things like that. No, I don't think that's fair to say that the geography teacher wasn't smart. I think remembering anything to help you remember, you can even remember that something is wrong, and then that can help you remember it for a test. Like, you could remember that, oh wait, it's like the kangaroo, but it's not, and it's obviously like you could use a misconception to help you remember it. And it sounds silly, and obviously that saying is not accurate, right? Like, if you were just to give that to some unsuspecting student, they would be confused. But I think if you made it up yourself and you knew why you made it up, I think it could be good, right? Yeah, nonsensical stuff is super easy to believe. I do that all the time, actually. That was like my way of getting through school, is to just make like stupid things that I would remember because they were so absurd. Yeah, especially if it's something. Yeah, exactly, Polly. Yeah, so I think there's something to it to make it really, really stupid or flat out wrong, but you have to explain it if you ever tell someone else, because then you're gonna think that, you're gonna just confuse people, and you're gonna maybe even misinform. Like, imagine that saying got spread around Twitter. People would get all over you for that and be like, wow, who is this guy? Whoever said this, we need names. He needs to be fired, right? Like, this would be the end of his career. imagine that was like a thing. I don't know about actually the end of his career. I'm kind of joking, but yeah. I went from one side of the continent to the other, and the only bits I remember are the parts about the kangaroos because it came out of nowhere. Ah, I see. There we go. That's a dove, if I've ever seen one. All right, now we need more doves. But we don't need to paint all of the doves because they aren't all important. Right, just like any other thing that we paint. Little dove. And then the tail. I don't know what's going on with this shape. There's that. I don't know if doves actually look like this when they fly, but we're gonna Are these feathers or? Dude, dove is really... Oh, yeah. This is weird shapes. Okay. Okay, they kind of just look like regular birds, to be honest, when they're flying. I've made peace with the fact I suck at geography. Yeah, I'm not very good with geography either, and I think, and I know people like to give Americans a hard time with geography, and I think it's fine, because if you think, like, from, like, a distance, like, we could go 2,000 miles, not 2,000 miles, 2,000 kilometers. How wide is the U.S.? U.S. length. The vertical length of the continental U.S. is 1,500 miles. There is what's the length? What? Why do I care about the vertical? It's approximately 2,800. Okay. So yeah, if you were to go like 1,500 miles, right? You'd stay in the US, right? From 1,500 miles. If you were to go that in Europe, you'd be in like 10 different countries. Not 10, but you know, like 3 or 4 or 5, right? So it's like a pretty big, in some place, not every place, of course. There are places larger than the US, but like a lot of those countries are quite small. And so if you have to memorize different countries, in some places that's like memorizing the states of the US. Like every kid memorizes all 50 states. So you don't need to know where Iowa and Ohio are. Like those aren't important. But in US education system, every kid's gonna be able to know where Ohio is, and every kid's gonna end up eventually knowing where Iowa is in Idaho, right? And they all sound the same, but we're not going to get that wrong. Whereas I think I would imagine a lot of people probably couldn't put Ohio, Idaho, and Iowa on a map, right? Ohio? No, I didn't say Ohio. I said Ohio, Iowa, and Idaho. Anyway, my point isn't about geography. Yeah, anyway, my point is that I do think most people who say they're terrible at geography, at least if they're from the US, they're probably not giving themselves enough credit. Not that I think we're all great at geography. World geography, we're pretty terrible at. But, like, we know our own backyard, so to speak. And it's big. We're pretty okay at it. I don't know. Ohio. What are you saying? I feel like this bird should be over here. Or maybe, I don't know. I've been out of school for too long to remember that too. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know that. I know where Idaho is because I live right next to it. And I don't know where Ohio is. I know where Iowa is, I think. Isn't Iowa over by Michigan, kind of, but it's down south? Hold on. Iowa state map. Well, yeah, it's the nose. Minnesota, Illinois. Okay, yeah, I was kind of right. I think I knew where it was. I was a bit away. Somewhere in the Midwest is all I know. Yeah, I was kind of right. I think I knew where it was. Anyway, I'm going to pretend that I did. Anyway, I'm going to paint some more birds in here. This is normally the song that we end on, but because this is the last stream before I go on vacation, and I will not be here for a couple weeks, I will stream a little bit longer today. Although I am getting kind of hungry, so I should probably leave kind of soon. But I want to just come in here and maybe make some of this stuff okay. As an Iowan, I like to say we are smack in the middle. That's pretty fair. How are you doing, Myrna? Maylid Myrna? I don't know how to say that first name. I'm just gonna call you Myrna because I feel like Myrna is a name, but I don't know what the first name is. Maylid? Maybe May, or is it May? Maybe it's just May. I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna duplicate this layer and I'm gonna save. That's right. Okay. It's like Maylid. Okay. Maylid Myrna. Gotcha. Do you have something you'd prefer me to call you? Like May or Maylid or Myrna? Any of those three? Okay, should I draw Dark Samus, Dolores from Encanto, Dr. Fuckleer? I don't know. The villain from Princess and the Frog? I don't know who that is. I'm stuck between them. I mean, I think Dolores would be cool. I don't know. All of them are cool. I guess. I guess it depends. I mean, Samus, are you drawing like Samus in... I don't know what Dark Samus. Samus is in armor, right? So that's like hard surface stuff. Okay, so I saved, and now I'm going to take this brush, and I'm just going to start painting. Just zooming in, not really zooming in, but painting strokes and making things look a little bit more painterly, at least on the side. Maybe I put little specks of birds in here. Just lots and lots of birds. That's what this image is going to be. Maybe there's some fun spirals and stuff down here. All sorts of fun stuff. Just little details in the shadows. And back here. Basically, I just want this to look like I intended. I want it to look intentional. These shapes are going to be intentional. Like this shape. I think I can finish this painting in one sitting. We're gonna keep painting. Joe, did you see my Charon from Hades piece? No, I don't think so. Let's take a look. Oh, this is so good. This looks great. That looks amazing. I love the Hades style of art. It looks so good. I think all of their designs and stuff are super good. I've never played the game. But I have seen it been played. And it is a super beautiful game. Man, maybe we can get some more of these bright colors around here. I'm basically just trying to increase the concentration of detail. I don't know if it's the right move or not. But I feel like it's not a bad move, at the very least. This piece reminded me of kind of that board game Mysterium. I never saw it. I love Mysterium and Dixit. I've never heard of either of those. Gosh, I am way out of the loop on... I don't know anything about board games, but I feel like board games are fun, but learning them can be hard because you have to be playing with people who know the rules, or you have to read the rules ahead of time, because trying to figure out board games on the fly sucks. So you either need someone who knows... Every time... So I haven't learned to play board games that often, but every time I do, I swear I'm playing with people who have like their own weird house rules that are maybe not very good rules or something, and then when you learn to play the game, you learn with the house rules. I mean, this happened with Monopoly when I learned it. This happened with pretty much every game that I was taught not from the rule book. At some point, I just decided if I want to learn to play a game... Oh, yeah, it happened with checkers. Like, there's so many just games where you learn them incorrectly because people don't know what the heck they're doing. And you just learn the games wrong. And I'm okay with house rules, but, like, if you're teaching someone new a game, don't teach them your house rules as the rules. Like, that, it makes it really hard for them to go out and teach other people. House rules suck. I'm just gonna say it. Which I know it's all about fun and people should just have fun playing whatever, but I can't be the only one who doesn't like that. Like, have you guys ever learned the games incorrectly because of house rules? I was playing checkers with some kids I was babysitting, and they tried to pull this helicopter nonsense to spin a piece in a circle and take a random piece off the board. What? That is nonsense. Well, so many people... That's amazing, but it's nonsense. Or there's also... Like, okay, so in checkers... Technically, I believe, and again, I could be wrong in this, so maybe I'm just talking out of my butt right now, but I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure if you are posed with the opportunity to jump, you have to, right? Obviously, if you have two choices, you can pick one, but you have to capture, and that's part of the strategy, is that you can set up your opponent to make moves that they wouldn't have made otherwise. Like, you can set them up for bat. Like, that's part of that's part of it. And if you don't have that rule, every game ends the same. Because, anyway, it's just not a fun game at all. Like, I'm not claiming checkers is the best game ever anyway, but if you remove that rule, it's absolutely boring as heck. Anyway, and that's how I was taught to play, without that rule. And then I found out later that, oh, actually, you had to jump all along. You couldn't just choose not to jump because it wasn't going to benefit you. Like, no, not at all. Anyway, and a lot of people don't know that. And same, Monopoly, I feel like, is house rules galore. Ooh, checkers. Yeah, I haven't played checkers in a long time. Pretty much ever since I learned to play chess, I never played checkers. I know they're totally different games. They just happen to be on on the same board. Or a similar board. But I just always thought it was kind of amusing that so many people are like, oh, checkers is dumb, and then they realize they learned to play it wrong. The moments in checkers when you can take like 6 pieces or more at the same time with a continuous jump. Yeah, or the alternative is like you force your opponent to jump one of your pieces, so then you can jump like 10 of theirs, or 6 of theirs, or whatever. However, I probably like 4 is like the most because the length of the board or whatever, right? Because you have 8 squares, but checkers are only on every other square, so at most you're going down 2 at a time. The board's 8, so that's 4. Unless you have a king, which then you can do more because you can go backwards. And I don't even know. I don't even know if the rules I know for checkers are actually real, because they might just be made up, because who the heck knows the rules to checkers? Because I was taught with the wrong rules. That's all I know. But I do think it's an option. I think it's such a common house rule, though, it's actually like a variant now. I think I remember. I think I remember reading about this, where like it isn't technically a rule, but it is a common house rule. And so it's sort of like a variant of the game. Anyway, that's a whole thing. But anyway, I'm painting. Is anyone else painting? I didn't even ask at any point what are other people up to. What is everyone up to, by the way? Oh no, teaching a game with house rules and not making that clear is almost like board game gaslighting. Yeah, or the people who taught you didn't know it was a house rule because they learned it from someone, and it's like this terrible game of telephone. Just finished playing D&D? Nice. You're painting. Nice. What are you painting? And also, how is D&D, Skittle? I don't know why, but my left bicep is like spazzing out. It's like having these little muscle spasms, like just very subtly, and it's not comfortable. This is weird. I don't think I've ever had this happen before. I mean, I've had muscle spasms, but this is just bizarre. Doing its little spasms. Painting a mushroom scene. Ooh, nice. Do you want to share? I'd love to see. I have to scout a city dungeon as a cat to provide intel to your party in a Are you playing as a cat in D&D? I like it, and it's expected, I guess. Or did you transform into a cat? Yeah, okay, but what about D&D? Nice. The real questions. Oh, I see. He is a druid, so you can turn to cat. Okay, that's fair. I don't think I like these shapes down here. Let's use a different brush. I feel like I want there to be more... vertical clouds, if that makes sense. So like these parts of the cloud should be coming over here. I should probably save first though. Sure do. Can I just share it in chat? Yep, you can just share it in chat. You'll probably have to put it somewhere first, so like either in Discord or somewhere. But yeah, if you have a link to it anywhere, you can. You can also, if you need a Discord to drop it in, you can drop it in ours. We have a Discord here. But yeah, if you have a link from like your own Discord or something, you can just drop the link in there. Or it's in chat. You don't need a permit. You won't be banned. Just kidding. No, that would be that'd be mean. Saying you won't be banned and then you prompt to get banned. That's a good way not to have people ever show up again. I feel like I've done something similar to this before, these gates with birds in them. But probably not quite like this. Maybe there's clouds in front of here. No, not that. Maybe there's... I feel, ooh, I know, this could be intricate. Sort of like these little lines in here. Maybe not. What about like geometric shapes, like a stained glass window? Yeah, it's kind of cool. Let's see. Okay, what else? Let's check something. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I'm going a little longer today, which is unusual, but I think it's fitting. Again, last stream before vacation. Okay, maybe I can take, what's this brush? This is a Zilly brush, and I don't know what it does. Sharp contour. Or Conti. I see. Like the same brush I'm already using. I don't know the difference. Kind of a weird brush. But it's not bad for this sort of softening. Do you have any advice as to how to avoid going too much detail? Well, I typically start going from big to small, so like I don't really... Detail for me is kind of the last thing I ever do, and I don't really like doing it. So I don't really have... I mean, I guess my... So I think for me, it's a matter of process. I don't, like... It's not like a restraining method of how to like not do it. It's more of because I start broad and work small, and hopefully if I'm smart about it, I work into the focal point. I guess my first bit of advice would be to focus on your focal points first and then detail outward, so that you're never detailing other stuff more than your focal point, and that you're never trying to match your focal point to how detailed you made that random tree. Right? If you detail a pine tree or something in your painting super, super detailed, you're kind of forced to detail everything else to that level, right? Like, because that thing shouldn't be in focus, but because it is, everything else has to be more in focus, if that makes sense. So like starting broad and working your way in, or starting inward and working your way outward is probably ideal. But yeah, I typically start with big shapes, and then I do like a layer. So I do everything kind of crappy first, and then I block everything in, and then I do another kind of pass, and then I do another pass. And that way, if I stop at any pass, it's not terrible. Like I didn't super render one thing. So I don't really ever render something at the start, right? I'm not going to come in here and paint this bird with its little eyes all perfect and it, have shadows on each wing. I'm not going to come in here and render their wings. There's a really good YouTube video, and I'm not great at it, right? I'm not much one for rendering at all, but there's a good video called How to Detail by Feng Zhu. And it's a long video, but you kind of have to watch it until you get the point, because I don't think I feel like I have to give this disclaimer every time. I don't think his explanation of his own idea is very good, but I think once you watch it and you get the idea, it's quite easy to understand. I just think he makes it way harder, but I also think it's one of the best videos out there because it's one of the few videos that has an actual system for detailing. And I think it's a good system, and I think it's a smart way of working, and a different way of thinking about details and what details are more important, and having this sort of hierarchy of details. I guess I could give a rundown of the video to summarize it before you even watch it, which is basically this. You start with your big shapes, and details are no different than shapes. That's the premise, basically. But you have a hierarchy of shapes. So here is one shape, right? Maybe I'm going to paint a house, right? So here's a shape. Well, before I start adding windows and stuff, let me get the silhouette of this shape, right? So here's a house, a chimney, right? Here's a chimney. There's, what else do houses have? Oh, awnings, right? So these are still details, but these are details that relate to the silhouette, right? So these are like the important details. Okay, then you have like a next order of details, which are shapes within shapes, right? You have these shapes, right? Here's a big shape. That might mean things like this, right? And these might even be additional details, but this is like a next level, right? You have a shape within a shape. You have the door frame, right? You have the windows, right? I'm not coming in here and detailing the wood part of the windows yet, and I'm not doing the little latch on here, right? This is like, that's way down the road, right? So then you start with like your windows, right? This is the shapes and the shapes. Or this, actually, he explains it like the shapes on the outside of the thing. So like here's the chimney. So this is, you can delineate where the chimney is. And he kind of goes down this system, right? So then you have this, and you're like, okay, well, what about what about these new shapes? Okay, well, they actually have different things, right? Like there might be this, right? And you have a doorknob, which is pretty important for the idea of the door. And this door also has little hinges, but they're just the shapes of the hinges, right? I'm not coming in here and drawing the full hinge because that's not on the outside, right? So you start kind of outside and work your way inward. And then you could have things like, and again, I don't know, he breaks it down a lot better than I am, but basically the idea is you focus on the big shape and then you kind of work in and you detail as you see fit. And that's kind of the way I build up my painting, right? So if I have a thumbnail like one of these, right, I'm kind of focusing on the big shapes. I might add some form, but I'm not drawing the little stuff in here. And if I am, then I'm also doing it over here, and I'm not to that stage yet. I don't know. He explains it a lot better, but I kind of approach it that way. Except I'm oftentimes neglecting things like the focal point. And also thinking of like old-timey painters and focus, like from paying attention to how cameras blur edges or how your brain actually sees something, and like, staring straight ahead and trying to figure out what you can actually identify without ever like, for example, if I stare straight ahead across my room, I can see a doorknob on a door on the opposite end of the room. If I stare right at that doorknob, can I read the lettering on a box of something in front of it? No, because my focus isn't there, right? Or if I'm looking at that doorknob, can I see all the objects on my table? No, I can maybe see little bits of color, but I can't actually make out the objects, right? Because they're not in focus, right? They're in my peripheral. So even just thinking about things like that can help you think about when you detail, But yeah, I don't have any advice on how not to over-render. If you have a problem with over-rendering, I guess trying to just be aware of when it starts looking bad. But because to me, I kind of have the opposite problem. I never render at all, really. So I don't even know how far I can take a painting without it looking bad, because I never take it that far. It's been so long since I've over-rendered a painting, I think. Typically, for me, over-rendering isn't over-rendering. It's more of the detail focus is, or the detail is too evenly distributed, or you don't have enough focus in one spot. So it's more of a contrast issue, right? A contrast of details, right? If you have everything is, right, like to me, if you have an image, oops, let's do this, and everything is, you know, just the same. What's going on here? Why can't I? What's happening? Right, if everything looks the same, then there isn't really, is it really detailed? Like, I don't know, this is the, let's see if I can't do this properly. I should be able to do this a little faster, but anyway, like this is pretty much not, like this isn't detailed to me, right? This just has there's no, like if there's a focal point in here, right? If this is the main focus, it's not, like how do you make that the focus? Well, I could make this more detailed, right? I could also make everything else less detailed around it, right? Maybe change the contrast. I could make this thing larger. Like there's lots of ways to make this the focal point, right? So it's not really about the amount of detail. Like this could have detail too, but maybe it's just, it stands out because it's different, right? Maybe it's more concentrated, and all of these that were there are now moved in, right? Now I have this gap. Like at some point, it's not about the amount of detail, it's about the contrast of that detail to the things around it, right? So like if you were to push everything outward and smush it around, or maybe you want to make something red, you know, or it could be the color, it could be the lightness or darkness. So oftentimes values are a big thing, right? If you made everything lighter, right? Now, this almost, like, to me, if you have, like, an even detail, it can actually read as a solid shape, right? And that's fine. That's a simplified version. It's just highly detailed. So it's not really about detail to me. It's more about contrast of the detail, or having some areas with high detail and some areas with low detail. Or there's lots of contrast, right? Sometimes the edges are contrast. Maybe these are blurry, and this one is in focus, right? And that's okay. Like you could still have some dark ones out here, but maybe these dark ones are blurry, right? And then this one's in focus. Like that's okay too. So again, it's not like I'm only adding detail right here. I'm just making some of it obscured, right? Or maybe this one's, so yeah, to me it's not so much about detail, it's more about the contrast of the detail. So edges, values, color, size, shape, all those things, right? I don't know. And I think it's more of a balance of that. Which kind of brings us back to that first point. If I spend all my time detailing this bird, my focal point needs to be stronger than that, right? Like that's going to be, because this is then going to be drawing the attention. So I would need to make this even more detailed, which means maybe I polish it up a bit, right? I add some fun bounce slide, or maybe I want to add intricacies in here or something. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't even know if that was clear. But that's how I think about detail. It's not the only way, right? There's lots of ways to think about detail. A lot of people have different preferences, but I do think those are my preferences. I don't like to over detail. I don't like to detail. But again, it's more of a way of thinking about it than a just like, I don't think you just stop detailing, right? Like everything is a detail. It's just some are big shapes and some are small shapes, Sometimes they're, very nuanced and unimportant, and other times they're very important. So it's more about just prioritizing. Like, I don't think you have to detail less. It might even be detail more, but just in the right spots. But yeah, I'm a terrible detailer. And terrible as in I just don't do it. I literally uploaded a painting today to Instagram that was unfinished because I knew deep down I was never gonna work on it again. I'm like, I had plans. Here, I'll show you the painting. I had plans to work on it. I told myself I was gonna detail it or keep working on it, but I never got to it. They're all just like, this is not detailed, right? Nothing about these shapes are refined. Nothing about this is detailed, right? There's a little bit of shape design in here, but like on the whole, this thing is not detailed. Like, look at this. What is this? But it kind of reads. So like, I just got the big shapes and some smaller shapes within those shapes, but there wasn't anything like, none of this stuff is polished, but that's okay. I don't know. I think it works, kinda. But then I had another painting like this one. This one has more this has a higher concentration of detail, but it's still not very clear if you zoom in. I don't know. That one is. I don't know. I like it less and less as I look at it. What's another one? But then there's paintings like this, right? And I actually detailed this one. Right? Like this, if you look here, these are very detailed compared to this, right? But this is still might be detailed for some people, right? Compared to, say, a solid shape, this is quite detailed, but just because it has texture, right? I could have just made this a solid shape. And I'm not claiming this to be the best thing I've ever made, but it's not terrible. It's kind of weird design, admittedly, but whatever. But yeah, I feel like stuff like this is, about as detailed as I will ever go. But even in here, right, I left it very loose because I didn't think it was important. I mean, this was my attempt to make this stuff less important than this stuff, right? Or like this stuff more important by making it brighter, more contrasty, more detailed, right? I added smaller shapes in between, right? Adding a little bit extra highlights, some cast shadows where I didn't really do a lot of that here. So it's not, yeah, I guess it's just focusing on asking yourself what is the focus of the painting, and maybe if there's some additional focus, maybe it's little points of interest around the painting, wherever, I don't know. I didn't really do that on this one. That's not a good painting. But yeah, it's kind of weird to have this conversation when painting this weird cloudscape-y thing. Because there aren't really any details in here. I'm kind of just, again, it's just all refining shapes, right? I'm literally taking, like for me, detailing like in clouds, what does that mean? Well, it's just things like maybe adding highlights or, adding new shapes on shapes, like adding another level. But this is more concentration of detail and not the details themselves. Like I'm just making this more complex by adding new shapes, but I'm not really refining the shapes. I don't know. Detail's weird. I'm tempted to say I don't believe in details, because it really is the same. It's really the same type of thing and the same way of thinking that you start the painting with. You're just going on to a smaller scale. Instead of thinking of big shapes and compositional things, you're thinking of small shapes and, how they relate to other objects, and you're thinking of shape design and making it flow within a greater idea, right? Like if I have a certain shape like this, like these birds are like this, I might want to design the birds so that they, I don't want to design the bird wings going like this if that's breaking the thing, right? Or You know, I don't want to design the bird wings going like this if that's not keeping in with the shape. So like I'm kind of, you're still designing within a, you know, you have a greater goal. I don't know if that makes sense. That's how I think about it though. There's probably lots of ways to think about it though. Nothing I do is the way. It's just the way I do it. These look like little hands, and they're kind of creepy. They were supposed to look like little birds, but they don't look like that. Dove snatchers. Big grasping hands. I mean, that's kind of cool, actually. I mean, totally nothing to do with what I was just painting. But these giant hands. Maybe it's coming out of here. We have like these fingers. I don't know how that would work. Anyway. Oh gosh, I'm on the wrong layer. Okay. Dove snatchers. That's yeah, some creepy concept. I feel like this line right here should be more interesting. So I am adding some detail here. I guess you can call this detail. I'm just adjusting the silhouette to make it more interesting. At least in my opinion, more interesting. I also came back to Dove Snatchers. I was in a different tab. Oh, there's a fire truck. You guys hear a fire truck? It just occurred to me. I don't know what fire... Oh, I don't like the shape of that. I made that wonky looking. I'm going to delete this. I don't know what fire trucks sound like in other countries. Do they all... What are your fire... How do I ask this question? Like, I know what police sound like in other countries from movies, but I don't know what fire trucks sound like. Do you guys know what fire trucks sound like in other countries? Like, I know what, like, London police sounds like because I've seen so many movies, and I don't know if it's actually what it sounds like. Tada. What is that? Ah, yes, now I know what it sounds like. Is it like a whiny sound? I can't imagine it being more annoying than what I have to put up with. Do you hear a lot of fire trucks? That's sad. I feel like I live like a football throw away from a fire station. I love how you're using football throw as a measurement. It's amazing. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that sounds horrible, actually. I'm sorry, you have to deal with that. Living by a fire station sounds obnoxious. So I'm doing the thing that the AI does, which is it puts these little dots in random places for just for little like atmospheric effects. I think they look nice, but it's like one of the telltale signs of the AI, where they just have little specks in like everywhere for no reason. Very American to use a football throw for a measurement, says another American. Did I say it's very American? I just said it's funny to use that. not all Americans measure things in football throws, okay? That is not how America works. Not every American measures things by the length of a football field or relates everything back to football. I sweat buckets when I hear the word AI. Do you? I feel like we could have a good discussion about AI. I don't mind about AI. It just means that you have to do art for reasons other than making nice pictures, because if that's the only thing that you want to do, there's other ways to do it now. So that's good. But yeah, the whole theft thing is scary. That's not good. People shouldn't be stealing, okay? Don't steal art. I should totally put some clouds in here. I just think that that Hayao Miyazaki clip where his coworker talks about wanting a machine that automatically makes art. I don't think I saw that one. Yeah, I don't think I saw that. I mean, I could, yeah, I don't know. I think the technical side of things is cool, and I think whatever is going to happen with that is probably going to happen anyway. But I just hope it happens legally and ethically, and it sets good groundwork for a future where people can continue to make advancements and not make bad choices that we have to like damage control everything on. I feel like we need to try to do things. And again, to literally go back to one of the first rants of the streams, we need to have good systems and make good habits around these things and hold people accountable and want to go forward as people, right? Doing it the right way or a good way. There's not one right way, but there's a lot of wrong ways. And I think it's obvious when it's a wrong way to a lot of people, and a lot of people just don't care because it's their priorities are different, and that's sad to me. But yeah. So I just hope that we do things a good way instead of stepping on people and crushing souls along the way, crushing spirits and stealing and yeah, just I mean, I'm not even like I know a lot of people are against things because, the whole like it's taken our jobs. I actually don't care that much about that. I don't think that's a great argument. I think ultimately in the future, if a job doesn't exist anymore because we have a better way to do something, so be it. But I don't agree with that for art, right? I don't think that's the case. I just think that's the way people are treating it. I don't want to cling on to something for the sake of clinging on. But I also think that you shouldn't rip something away from someone without their permission. And like if you can only do something because of work that someone else has done, like they didn't voluntarily sign up for their own demise, like that's silly. So I don't know. There's a whole lot of weird stuff around that, but that's another topic, not one for me. Okay, I'm gonna make a new layer, add an overlay, because overlay is awesome. Ooh, that's kind of awesome, but also kind of scary. Nope. Not like that. Maybe an airbrush. I mean, this is kind of cool. I feel like maybe this should come in front. And have the birds, the blackbirds in front here. I think that's cool. That adds a lot of contrast here. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All right, I've just added a focal point officially. Focal point, which means this needs to be, so remember how we're talking about detail? This is where the detail's gonna be. And it doesn't have to be super detailed, but just enough that it looks, you know, kind of detailed. And we don't need to see what all of these are. Actually, I think some of these can be a little bit looser. Because just seeing the shape is important enough. So I am trying to do a lot of little details here. Lots of times the priority is money, but I think lots of art becomes less good when the purpose is cash. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people make the product worse for money, and I think AI is a good example of that. I think ultimately it's not as good. AI can be used for a lot of cool things, but ultimately it doesn't know what it's doing. And if you have a story you want to tell, and you have a certain way you want to tell it, it's true the AI might be able to tell a good story, but is it really going to tell your story, right? Maybe. It might be able to do a better job than you're able to do, but it might not be a better job than someone else wants to do, right? Or maybe they just have different needs, right? Sometimes, I mean, this happens all the time. You'll come up with an idea, like if someone commissions you, maybe not all the time, but somebody will say, I want it like this, and you'll say, I don't think that's the best choice, but they're like, well, it doesn't really matter because that's what I want and I'm paying you for it, right? There's like this sort of, they can overrule it. A lot of people just want to see their vision, right? Like, I have an idea and I want to pay to make it a thing. It might be the case that if you're the artist and you're the one making it, that you want to do it your way, and it doesn't matter if the AI thinks it has a better way, right? It doesn't matter if it is or isn't better, right? It's not the same. So there's always going to be a place for doing the thing you want to do, right? It's like making the game you want to make, right? It doesn't matter what game the AI wants to make. If you have an idea and you want to make it, then you can make it. And it's never going to be exactly the same. And if like, if you, the more nuanced, the more specific you get, at some point there's going to be so many knobs and dials to turn that you're essentially going to have to be just painting the image yourself, right? If you want to adjust something, you're going to have the understanding of composition to say, oh, I like this composition better or worse. Or you say, oh, I think the colors could be adjusted. You're going to have to understand what makes good or bad colors, right? You're going to be making decision on character design. You're going to have to know that. You're going to have to be making decision on composition and different perspectives and yeah, again, colors, design, story, right? All these things you're going to have to be making decisions on, right? Like as if you're a director. At some point, you might as well just be painting the thing yourself, because you're going to have, like, yes, you might be able to get some cool ideas from the AI, but at some point, if you wanted to do the thing you wanted to do, whatever that might be, you're going to have to be the one to do it, right? So I don't know. There's always going to be that side of things, I think. Doesn't mean that what you make is going to be better, but it'll at least be your own, and that's people like that. I mean, I think there will always be a market. I mean, it's not even about a market. I mean, even if art at some point is totally removed from economics, right? Like, art is only as a thing because you enjoy it and it makes you feel good. Well, so be it. People will still do it. I mean, people already don't go into art for money. Hey, yo, Gerbs, long time no see. How are you? We're just ranting over here. Just ranting. This is my last stream before vacation, so if you're tuning in today, I am going on vacation for a week and a half, and then I will be back. I'm trying to make little birds in here. That sounds so nice. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. I haven't taken a vacation or any time off from streaming in like 3 years. So it'll be good. It'll be good. I'm in need of a, well, maybe not in need. I don't know. I think it's fair to say I'm in need of a vacation. It always feels weird to say like, oh, I need a vacation. It's not like I'm a super crazy hard worker and my life is a struggle, or you know, it's not like I'm under a ton of stress and stuff, but I don't know. It's nice to have a vacation. I haven't gone anywhere in like years and years. So I think it's fair to say that I need it or want it. Badly want, maybe? I don't know. Okay, this does not look like a bird. It's funny we were talking about AI. I'm like drawing things the way an AI would draw it, where you don't know simple shapes. Which, again, AI was trained from humans, so it makes sense, because I don't know what the heck I'm doing. So that's something. But I am trying to speed through this one painting all in today to see how far I can go. Because this is a painting that I started today on stream, and I want to see how far I can take it. That sounds so nice. Oh, the vacation. Okay, so I'm trying to, I don't think I made these look fluid enough. Maybe I need to bring in this brush. Whoop, that's a huge brush. I still don't get how you could do something this beautiful in such short time. Well, I mean, it's so we start out with a bunch of thumbnails. I mean, there's a video of it, you know. There's a VOD, or there's gonna be. But no, so I start with a bunch of thumbnails that I make. I do them on stream. I paint them. Here, let me show you the time lapse of this. And then I'm gonna end stream here. After it finishes saving. And this, okay. Let me close some of these other things. Don't save. That was me explaining detailing. That was a painting from last stream that wasn't amazing. Okay, so file, time-lapse. I don't actually know what this time-lapse is going to look like because I may have had yesterday's thumbnails in here. So I don't know if I'm going to have like 2 sets of thumbnails. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like because I think I forgot to start the time-lapse properly. Oh, this was today. Okay, so here, let me go through it in 60 seconds. Okay, so today, every stream... Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Okay, so every stream I start out with a batch of 9 thumbnails. And well, I don't always do 9. Today I didn't do 9. Sometimes like at number 3 just kind of appeared because I brought it back from a previous stream. Number 5 I did paint today. You can see that we obviously picked number 5. But yeah, I typically just start out with a bunch of shapes, try to find some ideas, something that might be interesting, and then I have people vote on them. Number 6 and 9 were not actually... these were not... So yeah, 6 and 9 were not actually thumbnails. They were just examples of how to thumbnail, kind of, or how I do it. And then yeah, then I pick it, and from here, it's literally just number 5, but I just scaled it up, and then I just started painting on it. So I started making decisions, I started adding things, some light, you know, I had my light source. This shape was confusing people with a gem, so it kind of looked like it could be a gemstone, so I decided to reshape it into something more keyway or door shaped. And then I decided where I want the birds to come from. I messed around with some lighting. I kept fiddling with it, kept adding some bird shapes, did some more lighting adjustment stuff. And yeah, you just keep on working on it. I don't know. I don't even know where it was going, really. I was just kind of trying to paint stuff that looked cool. And at some point, I ended up with this. So anyway, that's the time lapse. So yeah, I don't think it's like a super crazy feat or anything, but I think it can seem kind of crazy when you don't see the whole thing start to finish. But yeah. It's also, I will admit, and I don't want to, this is this is just swirls and very abstract, right? This isn't as concrete as some stuff, so I'm kind of just making things that look okay, right? So a lot of this is just like patterns and designing and making shapes that are interesting. When you're painting something more concrete, like a city or something, and maybe there's like architecture that you need to design, I go a lot slower. Let me see if I can bring up another painting that was a... Yeah, I mean, like that other painting, I showed another painting. I've been doing a lot of like clouds and stuff lately. I'm not great at them. I feel like I need a lot of work, but I need to do some studies or something of clouds. Let's see, what's another painting we just recently did? So like to give a comparison, this was another 1-day stream painting that we did. So we did this in one stream. So sometimes we do stuff like this where, I got the perspective way off. It's not great, but this was, just I eyeballed stuff, and so there's things like that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it's just building up, right? It's sort of you start. I don't just start with a big idea and then do it. I start with things like, well, like the thumbnails that I did, right? I'm trying to load them. I might crash this program because my computer is running low on juice. Oh, okay, it seems to be loading. So yeah, like these, I started with just big blobs. So to show you how I oftentimes will start a painting, I start very systematically almost. Like I don't always have actually, I almost never have an idea beforehand. I almost always start... Wait, what the heck? Oh, here we go. Yeah, so I almost always start like just basically by making shapes. Sometimes it's with dark, but in this case, let's do a quick thumbnail, right? So maybe I have like light. I want some. Let's do something green. We don't have much green in here, so let's do a yellow and a green. Maybe I want some light coming in. Maybe I want a blue sky in this painting because we don't do a lot of blue sky paintings. So some blue sky. Maybe we have a darker up top. Sometimes it's a maybe we want this nice blue. I don't know. Maybe I start with some shapes, right? So I'm gonna have a foreground. I'm gonna make my gradient, just going from foreground to background. Again, doesn't really matter what color I use. I can always fix it or adjust it. Purely by happenstance, this kind of looks like a little lake back here. Also, we have like a blue light from the what do you call it, in the sky. And I'm obviously making it look easier than it probably is. But you know, there's little hills back here. But I like this idea that maybe there's some cloudy skies, so I'm gonna add some big shapes and back here. Maybe there's like a river. I'm just gonna take this white and just drop it in here. Like, so sometimes my thumbnails are just simple like this, where I'm just basically making a gradient from front to back. I'm pulling shapes up. But yeah, it's kind of like, I'm just layering on top of different things. Some of it's perspective, some of it's color theory, some of it's you know, just shape layering, like just overlapping shapes. There's lots of little things. Like when I make the rivers, right, that's perspective, knowing that things flatten out as you go further back, making them more rounded as you go forward. Yeah, so I do a lot of that kind of thing. And this is kind of how I start with a thumbnail. Sometimes I'll just want to get wild and I'll add random colors. So I'll be like, oh, what happens if I make my painting, I don't know, a bit red or something? And like, what if I just did this? Sometimes I'll ruin my painting on accident, and I'll be like, oh, that was not a good idea. Or maybe I'll experiment and say, what happens if I add color dodge? And I pick like a yellow. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. It looks almost like it's foggy, or, you know, maybe I like these colors. Maybe I don't. Maybe I liked it before better. So sometimes, you know, and you kind of get I don't want to say a knack, but you start to get used to what certain things are going to do. And so pretty soon, if you have an idea like, oh, I want a certain mood or a certain, you know, a certain feeling or atmosphere or a vibe or something, right? Whatever. At some point, you kind of know what to do. If that makes sense. And sometimes you accidentally mix. Yeah, I mean, this is, again, there's a lot of stuff involved, right? There's a lot of knowing what you know, using warm and cool colors, right? If I'm using these warm lights, right, maybe this cool color is coming down below. Like, there is a lot of additional knowledge, right? Also perspective. Yeah, there's some color theory. Some of it's process. I take that for granted a lot, and I don't explain it. And by process, I mean the way that I mix colors. So, for example, I might be... If I'm to take this blue and I put it down here because I want shadows, I'm not taking this blue and just putting it down here full force, right? I'm gently laying it on top, and I'm picking that new color, and that's my mixed color, right? Or if I want something in here, right? I'm not just always taking the color that I have. Like, I'm oftentimes mixing things, right? If I want, well, maybe a highlight, I can just pick the full color, right? If I want highlights in here, whatever they might be. Maybe there's something back here. But yeah, this would be about as far as I would go on a thumbnail. And then I'd start to have to actually think about my decisions. You know, what are these shapes? Are these buildings? Maybe it's a mountain back here. If it is a mountain, well, now again, we have atmospheric perspective. We have lighting. So I'm, you know, layering things on top, like these lights. You know, what's the shape of the mountain? This is a weird looking mountain. But anyway, this is kind of how I approach stuff, right? Maybe I want more shapes back here. Maybe there should be like a bright light back here, where these rivers are catching light. But anyway, that's kind of how I approach it, and it's a lot of values. So values are the most important thing, far more important than colors. Typically, not always. I start. Typically, you could start very black and white, maybe like and yeah. So if you have like for example, if you had never done this before, you can make literally a gradient. And then the lightest color being the sky, right? It could be white, it could be yellow, probably warm, and then on these colors, with this gradient, whatever the lightest color is, you pull it up. If you want trees, mountains, you can do that. If you want it to dip down, you just make that color go down. Then the next layer, same thing. If you want a mountain, you can make a mountain. Typically, these mountains are going to be a little bigger because they're closer. And then in the foreground, same thing. If you want a tree here, you can make a tree. You can make 3 trees, right? If you want a little hill, you can make a hill. Whatever, right? Same thing in the foreground. You want more trees? Put more trees. Why not? Just overlap them, right? Overlapping shapes. And it layers things on top. And then from there, if you want to detail, right? Let's say you want to detail this foreground and make a little road that comes in here. Well, you don't just take this color and go like that. That's gonna, I mean, actually you could, right? Now it looks like it's in light. But what you're probably going to do is make it a little darker, right? Because it's still in shadow. And so what you're doing simply is you're taking a lighter color than this, so like the next slider, and you're lightly pressing, right? I'm not going full force, lightly press. And that'll get you some value color variation, right? You could paint the light from the shadow, but this also could be a blue, right? You could paint a blue up here from the sky. It doesn't have to be gray, it could be any color. The color doesn't matter, it's the value that matters. Same thing, if you want a detail in the middle, you can take that lighter color and lightly press. You're not going full force, you're not doing that, you're going very light. And you can just start painting whatever you want, whether it's lakes or anything. Same thing in the back. And again, these shapes can be anything. You could make a giant wall back here, right? This foreground shape doesn't have to be trees. It could be a giant mountain or a cliff. Right? You could paint something like this with a little bit of light poking through, right? And you could make this light in the shape of a key. Wait a second, hold up. We're in the same painting that we just did, right? So it's like the composition is not like it's the same stuff, right? Like this, the light is the background, right? And not every painting has this, right? Obviously, sometimes paintings have additional things. Right, you have darks in the middle, but it's kind of the same layering of light and dark. Yeah, it's definitely, and it's not going to turn out great the first time you do it, right? There's absolutely not. Nothing ever does. Where was you when I need it so badly? I mean, I hope I don't make it look too easy, because there are a lot of things I'm not mentioning, right? There is perspective, right? There is values and layering things properly, and you know, when I'm doing like this kind of thing, right, there's like warms and cools, right? I'm not just picking literally random colors. I do have warm light, cool sky. The sky color is making its way into the shadows. The warm light is making its way into the light. First pancake syndrome, is that what it's called? Yeah, I mean imagine thinking you're gonna be good at something if you've never done it. Imagine you pick up tennis and be like, I'm gonna be a professional. Like, no, you gotta practice. Imagine picking up weights and being like, I'm gonna lift 300 pounds. Like, no, you're gonna suck at no matter what you do. Your body's not gonna be trained. Your mind's not gonna be trained. If you pick up chess the first time, you're gonna be rated like 300 maybe on a good day. Like, you're gonna suck. You're gonna have to work. You're gonna have to practice. You're gonna have to understand concepts. But it's the process is extremely achievable. That's what I'm trying to point out, right? The process for getting from just painting these simple thumbnails or what it looked like, you know, from not being able to make anything to just sitting down and painting in a couple hours and making something that's fun, it's not this crazy artistic thing that only some people like. There's literally a process and a way of learning, right? It's not that I'm following a step-by-step formula, but there's just each ball that you're juggling is a very concrete idea, not detail, sorry. Yeah, exactly. If you even have a decent start, you're already off to something good. But even if you don't have a decent start, it doesn't mean you can't ever be good, because I don't think those are super correlated. Maybe a little bit, but definitely not causal. Like, ultimately, practice is important. Anyway, yeah, no, that's something I'm very passionate about. And again, we were talking about earlier, like this sort of crazy optimism, and it's not really, yeah. When it comes to sort of learning, I think it's very much a learnable thing. Anyway, no, you shouldn't be nervous. You should, yeah. I don't know what there's to be nervous about. I mean, you're gonna make mistakes and you're gonna suck at it at first if you've never done it. That shouldn't make you nervous. That should be like, okay, well, now I know that that's a thing. I think nervousness, to me at least, and again, everyone's different, so sometimes I say things thinking they're going to help and they make it worse. But to me, if you expect to fail, at least then you kind of know it's coming. But if you think you have to do everything right, like you don't want to do stuff right. You want to make mistakes. I mean, let me just give you, I don't know if math helps you. Math is like the solution to bad art. Is like, oh, just let's look at the numbers. I mean, here's my folders. Okay. How many uploads do I have on Instagram? Certainly not this many. Let's say I pick a painting. Say this one. Oh, I actually did upload this one to Instagram, but I didn't upload any of these. I uploaded that one because that was the painting that I chose. So there's 7 paintings here that I didn't pick. One of them turned into this, right? But 7 were scrapped. Okay, let's do another random one. Do that one right here. Oh, I never uploaded this one. Okay, I don't know what happened there. What was this? Oh, that was a mermaid. That doesn't count. This one. Okay, this one. Never uploaded this. All 9 of them in the trash. Never used a single one. Okay, so that was a thing. What about this one? Let's roll the numbers right here. What's this one? Hold on, I'm not going to open that one because it's not saved as a JPEG. Let's do the next one. Nope, not that one. Well, we could do that one. What's this? Oh, Dino. I remember this Dino one. But yeah, okay, again, all of these. Never made them their way. Like, these, I mean, this is cool. Any of these could have been good, but sometimes I just come up with stuff that isn't very good. This is kind of blurry. Maybe the values weren't good. Maybe I didn't like the colors here. Maybe they are. I mean, they're all going to be better than someone who's never done this before, right? And this is not, like, I'm not a beginner here, but a lot of these are just not worth pursuing either. So this is still my version of experimenting. And I did, and you should be doing this even when you're a beginner, right? There's still experimentation and trying things. So there's a lot of bad, not necessarily bad, right? It's bad is subjective, but for my expectations, these were not good enough, right? Some of them were. But actually, that's not true. Hold on, let me back up. I don't even believe what I just said. It's not that they weren't good enough. I just didn't choose to go forward with them. I think I could have turned them in. Like, it's not about having a great idea. I mean, there's a little bit of sometimes there's something good and sometimes there's not. But no, that changes as you work on it. I don't know. That's how I see it. I don't know. There's a lot of experimentation. I don't think of it as failure. It's just trying different things. Sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't. It's kind of like a scientist doing an experiment. An experiment that doesn't give the results they want isn't a failure. It's learning something, right? It's literally new knowledge of what you keep doing what works or something, at least in art, right? You try stuff. Sometimes you even form a hypothesis. You say, I think this is going to look good. You try it and say, nope, that didn't look good. And then you say, I wonder why it didn't look good. And then you try to experiment more and you're like, oh, okay, well, it looks good when I do that. And it doesn't do it when I do that. And so I'm never going to do that again. And then you just keep doing the things that work, and you stop doing the things that don't. And occasionally you keep trying new things, and you keep, I don't know. I feel like there's a very much oh gosh, I've been slouching. It's like leaning back. Okay, anyway, I'm going to end stream here, but I am going on vacation, so I'm not going to be live for another while, week and a half. But I have never taken a vacation before on stream, and I will be back on the 16th, I think. Unless my plane's late. But I'll be back on the 16th. I do have a Discord, though, that I will hopefully keep up in a little bit. Do a stretchy? Yeah, I'm stretching. it's kind of why I'm branching out so much. I've just been trying stuff, and sometimes it's not worth sharing. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Don't feel like you have to share or post, right? I don't post all the art I make. I don't share it all. If I'm going to do something that is meant for learning, I'm going to try and learn from it, and I'm not going to try and make it look good. Like, making it look good is irrelevant if you're learning, because those are conflicting ideas, right? If you want to try new sports, the goal isn't to be a pro in each of them, it's just to try them, and you aren't supposed to be good at them, because that goes with trying something new. So yeah, I'm going to send you off onto a raid, or in a raid, to somewhere else. And thank you guys so much for being here and sticking with me for so long. Have fun, Joe. Do cool things and see cool stuff and be cool, dude. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. Let's raid somebody. I don't really have anybody online. Oh my gosh, I have like nobody online. I have some people that online that I haven't raided in a long time. I don't know who I want to raid. This painting kind of looks like Steph's art. I thought it was Steph I swear I saw it. No, it doesn't really look like Steph's art. I'm not gonna raid them, but who shall I raid? Yeah, this is a Manka J is a great artist. Sure, let's go over there. I don't know who they are, but why not? Well, maybe first let me control F their name. Are they online? Twitch.tv/MankyJ. Monkage. Are they online? Yeah, they are online. Streaming art. Oh, they're doing little miniatures. Okay, this is cool. I like them. Yeah, let's go there. He's making 3D. Yeah, this is cool. All right, let's raid them then. They seem cool. We're going to go over here, say hi, meet somebody new. And yeah, I've got to stretch, go to the bathroom, eat some food. I am not going to be sticking around, so unfortunately I am going to raid and run. But yeah, let's go say hi to this person, to copy paste the raid call if you'd like to hang out in Discord. There's the Discord. I also have a schedule if you'd like to see that. That's not how you spell schedule. There we go. And yeah, have a good night, everyone. Take care. Thank you all for being here, and have a good week and a half when you're off. Also, Skittle is a great streamer. He will be live probably most of the days when I am not streaming. Because I'm going to be gone. So if you do tune into my normal stream schedule, I may be hosting Skittle. So yeah, there's a thing. Skittle's great. And yeah, we oftentimes raid him. And he's here right now. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the hangouts and the hellos and the good chatting. It's been good. Been real. But yeah, I'll be back on the 16th. Take care. Bye.